Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Director of Business Development, Google Play, Purnima Kochikar.
Good morning. You can do better than that. It's wonderful to see everyone here. In case you find there are no seats, it's because there is so much excitement about Google Play and Android. There's an overflow room. Believe me, you will hear all of us and you will see all the videos. So if you don't find seats, please look for somebody to show you an overflow room. First of all, thank you for your interest. Thank you for your patience in trying to get in here, and thank you for being here. So, 2 billion active users. Isn't that amazing? I don't know if you heard, at Google I/O, we announced that there were more smartphone users in India than in the United States. Just take a moment to think about it. Think about what it means for you when you think about the Indian market. More smartphone users in India than in the United States. Now the question I'm sure a lot of you are asking, and several of you asked me yesterday when we met, is to say, are they doing anything with their phones? Are they using data? So I am super happy to tell you that we hit 1 billion app installs a month on Google Play in India. Just think of what that means, right? It's almost the size of our population. It's 150% growth year over year. And that is a testament to all the amazing apps and games you and other developers on Android are writing. Now, we have been looking to celebrate the apps and games you write by really thinking about how to celebrate the Indian cultural diaspora. We have had collections for, Diwali and cricket, of course, everybody loves cricket, as well as for sub-dollar pricing for India, etc., to celebrate. But we've also been spending some time really thinking about how to take away the friction for getting people to pay for the amazing apps and games you're writing. When we thought about payments on Google Play overall, we realized that payments is a cultural thing. A lot of people prefer their mode of payment just because that's what they've been used to. Germans, for example, prefer PayPal. Japanese prefer carrier billing because they bought a lot from NTT Docomo, right, even before Android and Play. So when we looked at the Indian user, we found that you are used to paying on the carrier billing because you bought value-added services like ringtones and wallpapers, etc. This is also a very cash economy, which means that you like to pay with cash. So we had gift cards come in, and then you wanted it to be in using the payments that you like, which is the wallets. So let's talk about it one by one. So I'm super happy to announce that today we have prepaid and postpaid support for carrier billing across Airtel, Vodafone, and Idea, which means you have enormous coverage. In anybody wanting to pay for your content using carrier billing, it's there. Second, we have more than 4,000 retail outlets where people can go pay a cash, like top-up cards, buy a gift card, and then pay for apps and games. When we did that, several of you told us that you want lower denomination. 100 rupees, you said, is the right price point for India. And you also said, can I not have to do it by going and getting a physical gift card? Can I do it on pin on receipt? So earlier this year in January, we launched, again, a global first. A lot of things we do here end up becoming global solutions. We launched pin on receipt with your favorite wallets, Paytm and others. And this was well in line with all of you as India went into demonetization and more people are using wallets. There is more people now who can use a lower denomination with their popular wallets. All good? So more people can pay. Now the question is, are they paying? Let's find out. So consumer spend grew 3x over the last year. So think about this, right? More smartphones in India than in the United States. 1 billion installs means people are actively consuming data, and consumer spend has grown 3x. I can't find a better confluence of circumstances that tell you that this market is ready for you and for your innovation. So today, we want to celebrate you and all the amazing ideas that you are going to build for the Indian market. And so let's take a moment to figure out, see the video about some folks who are building for the Indian market.
As you know, India is a land of about 1.3 billion people, has a big demographic divide with people of multiple income levels, multiple literacy levels, multiple languages. What technology can do is to create a common layer and can actually improve the quality of life of people.
I think the greatest tool we have today in front of us is the smartphone. And there's a hell of a lot of things you can do with that and real world problems you can solve with that.
A mobile phone along with the internet connectivity just makes everybody stand at the same level.
Healthify Me is India's largest health and fitness app. Slowly but surely, an app a day, we are keeping the health momentum and revolution going in the country. There were no calorie counting tools for this country, and we are the diabetic and heart problems capital of the world. And I felt that that's a problem of hundreds of millions of Indians, and someone had to build Indian nutritional database.
Urban Clap is an app which helps you buy very high quality and trusted home services, everything from a beautician to an interior designer and everything else in the middle. If you look at the service professional ecosystem in India, the vast majority of these people, even though they are good at their craft, make 10 to 15,000 rupees a month. And multiple reasons hinder them from becoming a fully organized microservice entrepreneur who can make 40, 50, 60,000 rupees a month and be a real part of India's middle class.
Rail Yatri is about helping travelers in India who use railways as a mode of transportation to make smart decisions. We have gotten used to tracking an envelope going from one part of the country to the other part of the world. Why can't we track about a half a kilometer long train?
We clearly knew that people use language for content consumption. If you look at the readership of newspapers, if you look at readership of Bollywood movies, they're all in local language. So that came intuitively, rather than any market research done around it. We intuitively thought about that as a core pivot and a core reason why people will use our app. Daily Earned app is one of the most popular apps in the country. 95% of our consumption is on local languages, which is non-English.
Today the app is used by 3 million users everywhere. We've got nearly 200 coaches and nutritionists spread all over the country, and our app is one of the highest rated apps in India.
On a monthly basis, we are reaching to about 9 million people. Over a period of time now, we've added all the routes, hospital information and all.
We have about 70,000 service partners who use our app literally every single day. We continue to serve more than 10,000 customers every single day. We want to create 1 million jobs in the service sector in India. I think my suggestion to everybody who is thinking about doing something of their own is don't be scared. Nobody, to the best of my knowledge, has died of entrepreneurship.
We've got a great idea, just keep at it.
You need to get out of your offices and go into the real Bharat in India if you really want to build an app which has to be successful in India.
Give yourself a big hand. Think about the massive problems that are being addressed here, right? Health for Indians by addressing everything from cardiac issues as well as diabetes to understanding how you create employment and better outcomes for the service sector, to keeping Indians informed in their local language, to getting people safely from one place to another. Can you think of any other market that has this immense opportunity and this great, active, ambitious developers to solve them? I can't. So this is an invitation for you to solve for India, and who better to tell us about it than the VP for India and Southeast Asia, Rajan Anandan.
Thank you, Purnima. Hi, everyone. Great to have all of you here. Thank you for coming. It's always great to be in Bangalore and see the energy that we have in, I think, very soon what is going to be the most dynamic tech city in the world. So I'm going to actually talk a little bit about, build on what Purnima just shared with you, which is this incredible momentum that we have in India and what that really means for all of us and all of you as you're trying to build amazing products and services, both for India and for the world. But what we're all hoping is that over the next several years, you'll build a lot more and build for India. As Purnima shared, we had a very, very interesting time in the internet ecosystem in India. When I joined Google about 6 years ago, we had just crossed 100 million internet users. And as all of you know, today, total internet user base of over 400 million, 300 million of them are connected to the internet on smartphones, a large number of them obviously on Android, as all of you know. What's very interesting about what's happening in India is what's happened over the last 1 year, right? If you go back to exactly a year ago, India had a very large user base that spent very little time on the internet because of the lack of broadband, right? What's happened literally in a period of about 10 months is truly incredible and has never been seen anywhere else in the history of the internet. We've literally gone from having a large number of users spending very little time on the internet, largely on 2G networks and 3G networks that didn't really work all that well, to a large number of users spending extraordinary amounts of time. I don't know how many of you saw Airtel's latest earnings release. Average consumption per user on the entire Airtel user base is now over 2 GB per month. That number was less than 500 MB 7 months ago, right? So essentially, you've got 300 million connected smartphone users who were really on slow networks less than a year ago, now on reasonably fast networks. And they've gone from consuming hundreds of MB per month to actually consuming several GB per data a month. That's where we are today. But as Purnima mentioned, quite frankly, it's still very, very early days when it comes to the internet in India. Our estimates are that by the year 2020, we'll have over 650 million internet users, and over 500 million of them will connect to the internet on smartphones. So I want you to imagine in India where 500 million Indians access the internet on their smartphones. And almost without doubt at this stage, I can confidently say that they will access the internet every single day. So I want you to imagine in India, which is only 3.5 years away, where you'll have 500 million daily active users on smartphones. That's a user ecosystem that is the size of China only 2 or 3 years ago. Today, China has about 750 or 800 million internet users. So we've gone from virtually having no smartphone users 6 years ago to 300 million today to over 500 million just in 3 years from now. And that creates an incredible opportunity, but also it has its own set of challenges. This next 300 million that will come online, right, when we go from 300 million today to 600 million, will look very different to the first 100 million users and the next 100 million users. They look very different, as all of us know, in several very important ways. First and foremost, none of them are proficient in English. Every single new user that will come onto the Indian internet is only proficient in their local language. Search queries in India in non-English are growing 10 times faster than search queries in English in India. Content consumption on the internet in India, non-English content, is growing 5 times faster than English content. And the stats go on and on and on. So that's very, very different, right? So first is local language internet. Second, as all of us know, all of these users will not have smartphones that look like the smartphones that all of you have. They will have much more affordable smartphones, which by definition will have processing power that's a lot less, will have memory that's a lot less. And therefore, one thing you could assume is that uninstall rates are going to go way up. Now you'd ask me, how does uninstall rates get higher than what they are? 90% uninstall rates in 6 weeks. Well, I want you to imagine a world where there's a lot less memory on phones, there's a lot less processing capacity, and therefore, uninstall rates are likely to go up. And as a developer, that then poses a very interesting challenge, right? The days of building apps that are heavy are way gone, as all of you know. But they've got to get lighter and lighter, and you've got to figure out a way to retain your users. The third big difference really is going to be around what they're going to want. In many ways, right, all of us in this room and all of you sitting in the overflow room, look, you're very, very similar to users in the developed world. And so far, almost everything that Indian startups, Indian developers have built, have really been built for what I call India One, which is the first 100 million Indians. And slowly we are beginning to build for India 2, which is the 100 to 300 million users. We are all part of India 1, which is the first 100 million connected users. The needs of the next 300 million users are going to be very, very different to the needs of the first 100 million users, right? They're still trying to make basic ends meet. They worry about their children's education. They worry about their own health care. They commute not in cars and, Ola and Uber, but they're taking public transport. 500 million Indians take the Indian railway systems. I can tell you for sure, Rail Yatri is going to have 50, 100 million users very, very quickly. Why? Because most of those passengers that take the Indian railways will actually have smartphones. So they'll have very, very different needs. And lastly, affordability will become even more acute. I don't know how many of you have thought of this, but mobile broadband rates in India have gone from 250 rupees a GB with the latest Reliance Jio plan that's announced, which is about 15 rupees a GB. They've gone from 250 rupees a GB to 15 rupees a GB. There is no other country in the world that has mobile data rates that India has today. So we've gone from a relatively expensive market for mobile broadband to actually a pretty affordable market for broadband. But even at those levels, right, consumers are still going to be extraordinarily conscious, especially this next 300 million users, of how much data their apps are going to consume. So continuing to be very thoughtful about how much data your products are going to consume, your services are going to consume, is going to be very, very different. So in many ways, this next 300 million users will be entirely different from the first 100 million and the next 200 million users. And we believe the time is now for Indian developers, for our ecosystem, to build for billions. Build for 1 billion Indians and build to make billions in revenue. And I'm not talking about billions of rupees. We think the time is now to start building for billions of dollars. And I'll talk about that in a minute. So what does that mean for all of us sitting here in the room? I think the first is thinking local. We have to think beyond the first 100 million users. I'm been in the Indian ecosystem for a long period of time. I see a large number of companies. I see very few companies today that are thinking truly local. The reality is, in a country of 1.3 billion people, we have billions of problems. Great businesses, great startups, great apps, great services get built around real pain points. And in India, we have them in spades. And if you look at the next 300 million users, there are such a large number of problems to be solved. So the first thing is really thinking local. Healthcare, education, financial inclusion, transportation, energy, pollution. I actually live in Delhi. It is the most polluted city in the world by far. Do you know how many startups we have that are trying to solve the pollution problem in Delhi? City of 25 million. As much venture capital has flown into NCR as it has to Bangalore. You know how many startups we have in Delhi trying to solve pollution? 1. Pretty interesting, right? I'm going to live 10 years less because I live in Delhi. There's only one company trying to solve pollution. Why? Because everybody is reading TechCrunch and trying to build the next TechCrunch company. The problem is, most of India doesn't need most of what TechCrunch writes about. So understanding local needs, thinking local, and solving local problems is by far the most important thing. The second is relentlessly focusing on product quality or continuing to focus on product quality. These new set of users actually want even simpler experiences. You know, we have this initiative called Internet Saathi, where we are now in 90,000 villages. It's a partnership that we have with Tata Trusts. We go village by village. We recruit women to be Internet Saathis, and they spend every day getting women in their respective villages to understand what the internet and get onto the internet. We have almost 30,000 full-time Internet Saathis, and they've trained 9 million women in rural India already. The single biggest finding we had when we launched this initiative is what we all take for granted, which is we know what a smartphone is, we know what an app is, we know what the internet is. Guess what? Most of India doesn't know what the internet is. Most of India has never experienced a smartphone. Most of India doesn't know what an app is. So how do you get that user to not just get on the internet, but really discover your product and start using your product? App excellence needs to go to a whole new level, because the reality is building for these set of users requires a level of sophistication, skill, and quality that we haven't really had when we built for the first 100 million or the first 200 million Indians. And the great thing, as you learned today, is Google, our Play team, has a whole set of tools, trainings, capabilities that we'd love to share with all of you and help you upskill your teams to be able to dramatically improve your product quality. And the third thing really is monetization, right? If there's one thing the Indian internet ecosystem has been challenged with, is monetization. But we believe the time has come now where we are beginning to see a step change in monetization in India. Purnima shared an interesting stat, right? Over 1 billion apps downloaded from the Play Store in India, 1 billion, growing at over 100%. But actually, that's not the most interesting stat if you're sitting in this room. The most interesting stat, I thought, maybe it's not for you, is that consumer spend, Indian consumer spend on apps in India went up 300%, 3x, right? That's very, very interesting. So if you look at the Indian ecosystem and monetization across the different aspects or elements of the Indian ecosystem, the digital ad market last year was well north of $1 billion, and it's growing at about 40%. E-commerce in India this year will be $20 billion. Over 13 billion of that will be mobile. Digital payments really going through the roof across every aspect of India. So whether you look at ads, whether you look at commerce, whether you look at consumer paid subscriptions, which is still very early, we are beginning to see the early signs of S-curves. And we think as developers, especially in a country like India, where monetization has been difficult, is getting much better, but will continue to be quite challenging, it's very, very important to start running experiments, trying to figure out how you're going to monetize. A lot of startups come to me and say, hey, Rajan, we're building for $1 billion, but we're going to monetize 10 years from now. I say, you know, the challenge with that is when you switch on monetization, it's not going to happen instantly. So the sooner you start experimenting with monetization, trying out new ways in which you can monetize, the better you're going to be. And I'm delighted that the #1 ask that I've had every single year when I go to events like this with our developers in the ecosystem, which is payments, is finally solved. DCB, which is direct carrier billing, which has been the ask for many, many years, I'm delighted to say that the team has been able to now get up and running. And we've got a whole set of other payments mechanisms that you'll hear about. So those are really the three things that I think are important if you're sitting in this room to really think about. One, build for India. Really, really think local. Second, dramatically improve product quality and app quality so that your products, because look, what you don't want to do is be in the 98% of the apps that a user is going to uninstall. Right? Because it's a 90% uninstall rate now, it's probably going to go to 98. It has to, right? Because the next 300 million users are going to have half, maybe even less memory, processing capacity, etc. So product quality becomes even more important. And the last and most important thing is we really do believe that the time is now to start generating billions of dollars of revenue. Thanks for coming and have a great day, everyone.
Thank you, Rajan. Thank you so much. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, our next session is all about the latest updates and what's new on Google Play this year. Please welcome on stage James Sanders, Director of APAC Google Play, who will be joined later by Fergus Hurley, Product Manager, Google Play.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's wonderful to see so many of you here. The room is absolutely packed, and it's fantastic to see the growth almost in one room, the growth in the developer ecosystem in India, which is growing hugely rapidly. It's amazing that we've managed to fill this room, and we still have folks in the overflow room. Thank you to all of you who have made the journey to be here. I know many of you have flown from every corner of India, so it's wonderful you've made the journey, and I think you're going to find today very, very worthwhile. So I'm going to be talking a little bit about what's new with Google Play. Before we dive into what's new with Play, though, I thought it's worth just looking at some of the latest stats with both Play and the Android ecosystem. So, some of you might know that with Android, we are now activating 1.5 million devices around the world every single day. And that growth is absolutely phenomenal. It means the total number of active devices is growing very, very fast. And earlier this year, as Purnima mentioned, we announced we've now passed 2 billion active Android devices, which is absolutely phenomenal. And this scale is giving an unprecedented opportunity for developers like you to reach what's almost a third of the world's population now. So an absolutely extraordinary opportunity. As the number of active Android devices grow, of course what we're seeing is the number of installs are growing. And we're now installing 82 billion apps every year. So a really staggering opportunity for all of you. Now, this increase in app installations is obviously translating into success for a lot of developers. Now, Google is a very, very metrics-driven company, and we track a lot of metrics. And in the Play business, one of the metrics we track is how many apps are reaching 1 million monthly installs. And the reason we track that is it's a very, very good indicator of how many developers are building really large, successful businesses on the back of Android and Play. And the wonderful news is we've seen over the last year a 35% growth in the number of apps achieving 1 million monthly installs. So absolutely phenomenal. It's really great to see so many developers building big, successful businesses on the back of Android. Now, getting your apps installed on users' devices is only step one of the equation. If you're going to build a successful, profitable business, you need to, as Rajan talked about, you need to be able to monetize your app. And many of you monetize your apps with ads. We want to build paid downloads, in-app purchases as a second monetization opportunity for all of you. and Play has been investing very, very heavily in building a world-class e-commerce platform. Now, as you can see on the screen, we now accept credit cards in 135 countries around the world. We've got carrier billing with 140 carriers in 55 countries. We sell gift cards in 700,000 locations in over 30 countries, and we accept PayPal in 20 countries. So the sheer scale of this payments platform is creating a huge opportunity for all of you to reach very, very large numbers of paid users with your apps. Now, as a result of this, more people are buying and paying for your apps than ever before. And in the last year, the number of paid buyers on Play has grown 30% year on year. And in particular, we're seeing a huge growth in the number of users that are subscribing, so paying daily or monthly for a subscription for an app. And the number of subscribers has grown 2x in the last year. All sorts of apps are running subscription, from video on demand to dating to games. And it's great to see so many app developers turning on subscriptions as another payment method for their users. Now, when we talk to subscribers, we ask them how often they use their subscription apps once they start subscribing. And what we're being told is that 62% of subscribers use the app they're subscribing to on a daily basis, so absolutely phenomenal engagement. Now, when we look at subscriptions, the business has really skyrocketed. 3 years ago, we were 10% of what we are today, so subscriptions on Play has grown 10x in the last 3 years. And that creates a huge opportunity for all of you to make more money more regularly and more reliably than before. To support you capturing this momentum, we've enabled new functions within our subscription API, and we've also turned on analytics for subscriptions in the Play console. We're also continuing to invest very, very heavily in letting Play reach users on new types of devices. Now, in the last year, we've gone and launched Play in Daydream, so that those of you building VR apps can start reaching users on our VR platform, Daydream. And we've also turned on Play for Chromebooks, which many of you will know are the most, in some segments now, the most popular type of laptop in the world. Beyond that, we've been investing very, very heavily in multi-screen devices. So Android Wear, we launched Android Wear 2.0, which has new watch faces and new ways to build useful apps. We're investing very heavily in Android TV. And I think over the last year, we've seen the number of Android TV devices on the market really skyrocket. You're going to continue to see very, very strong growth there over the coming year. We've turned on the Google Assistant on Android TV as well, so we're investing very, very heavily there as well. Many of you will have seen, potentially experimented with instant apps. So instant apps are a new type of app that close the gap between websites, which are very easy to get to, but slightly harder to build functionality for, and apps which have a hurdle of installation, but build really great functionality. With instant apps, without the user installing anything, they can have app functionality as your app is modularized and a module of your app downloads to the user's devices. You can get app functionality without the hurdle of install, and then if users like your app, then they can go on to install it. We've seen success with early testers like Vimeo. And at I/O this year, we announced that we've opened up Android Instant Apps to every developer. So hopefully we're going to see many of you trying with Android Instant Apps as well. And then finally, Android Go. So earlier this year, we announced Android Go, which is an optimized version of Android for the next billion users for developing markets. And for those of you deciding to develop for Android Go, this is going to give you access to literally billions of new users. So there's tons of investment we've been making across many, many platforms to enable you to reach way more users than you used to be able to reach even a year ago, just with smartphones and tablet computers. And we've also started investing very heavily in recognizing app quality. So we've launched the Early Access program, which gives you access to 23 million beta testers for your platform. So these are really engaged users. You can launch your app just to the 23 million beta testers. You can get feedback from them. And once you've incorporated that feedback into your app, you can then go and launch your app to the wider world on Play. And from day one of having your app launched, you should be able to get very high ratings from your users. We're also very actively engaging the indie developer community because we really want to find the highest quality apps and their creators and showcase them to the world. So within the Play Store, we've launched the Indie Corner, where we recognize what we think are the best independent app developers so that users can find really great apps from indie developers. And then finally, we've gone and launched the Google Play Awards, where we reward developers that have developed really, really great apps. Finally, to encourage investment in quality, we've also tuned our algorithms that decide on which apps we recommend in the store to take account of user engagement, not just the number of installs. So the higher quality your apps are, the easier it's going to be for users to find them in the store and for you to grow your user base. So the key here is, please make quality apps. Now, I know that sounds super easy, but of course it's very difficult, and all of you know that. But obviously we're here to help. Now, at Google I/O earlier this year, we introduced a whole new set of tools to help you improve the quality of your apps more easily. And we're joined here by Fergus, our product manager of the Play Console, who's going to explain this in more detail. So Fergus, please, welcome to the stage.
Namaste. Hey. It's great to be here. I lived in India for 3 months nearly 10 years ago as a student, and it's great to see so many people investing in app excellence here. And I'm excited to show you some of the new tools that we're going to make available to you. So, at Google I/O, we relaunched the Play Developer Console as the Play Console. We realized that a lot of our users who come to the Play Console, even though they work at companies that are building apps, they're not developers themselves. And there are a lot of tools in the Play Console that can help your team find more success. So we redesigned the console using material design and made it more easy to navigate and enabled you to be able to have your team who are working on, let's say, the marketing creative, or the design, or the customer support, to be able to come and feel like it's a welcoming place for them too. So I encourage the rest of your team who might not be here today to start using it as well. We have 2 sessions later today talking about a lot of the tools that we are making available in the Play Console to help you improve the app excellence of your app. We take app excellence at Google extremely seriously. We have a full team of product design and engineering dedicated to building these tools for enabling you to achieve app excellence. And I'm going to focus on 2 of them right now, but in the afternoon sessions, you'll hear about a lot more of them. Before I jump into the tools, let's say, who thinks that app excellence is important? Hands up. Great, you came to the right event. What we found by looking at the reviews on Google Play, which we have over 1 billion written reviews, we found that 50% of the 1-star reviews are talking about stability issues. So if you want to be able to increase the star rating of your app, the fastest way for you to do that is improve the stability of your application. Then once you've fixed those issues, you want to go to being a 5-star application. The best way to be able to do that is focusing on speed, design, and usability. One of the main tools we have to help you doing this is the pre-launch report. This is a tool that enables you to be able to upload your app to the alpha or beta channel on the Google Play Console. And within less than an hour, you get a report back of how your app performs on 10 physical Android devices running in a Google data center. This involves a robot, a virtual bot, interacting with your application for about 5 minutes, running different languages, and it shows you the crashes that are detected. It shows you a video of the bot interacting with your application. It shows you the screenshots of what your app looks like in these different languages, and it shows you any security and privacy vulnerabilities that we detect with your application. Since last year, when we announced it at Google I/O, we've had great success with the product in terms of adoption. We've had 60% plus of the top 1,000 developers on Google Play using the tool. We have had over 1 million APKs tested and over 10 million robo-crawls of the applications. If you go to the screenshot section of the console in the pre-launch report, you'll be able to see that we actually have a device dedicated to Hindi as well. So you can be able to see what your app looks like in the users that are using your application. The next major initiative we have to help you improve the quality of your application is Android Vitals. Android Vitals is a new initiative at Google to help improve the stability and performance of Android devices. We're making a big investment in this area, and you're going to see many metrics launched over the next year to help you in this area. I'm going to talk about some of those metrics in the next slide, but to really help you be able to focus your attention in this area, what we do is we take the top 1,000 apps and we look at what are the bottom 25% of those apps for that metric. And if you fall within the bottom 25%, we flag your app as having a bad behavior. So you're able to really understand, okay, I'm not doing well compared to top apps for this metric. So you can really focus on, okay, this is an area I need to look into, whereas a lot of these other ones, I'm actually doing okay, I don't need to spend as much time on. The three major performance areas that we have right now are stability. So we have the crashes and ANR section in the Play Developer Console. And this has been there for many years, actually. But we've relaunched it with the crashes and ANRs from users who have opted in to sharing their device diagnostics and usage data with Google and our partners, you guys. This enables you to be able to see, in a lot of cases, 10x more data than you were able to see in the previous way it was collected, where users had to self-report each individual crash and ANR event. You can also be able to see the crash rate and ANR rate itself, so you can be able to see how is it over your user base. Right now, it's focused on Pixel and Nexus devices, but we're going to be expanding to a lot more devices over the next couple of months. So, the next area we have is battery, where we show you stuck wake locks, and this enables you to be able to see the wake lock name, so you can be able to focus on fixing that. And then if you don't use wake locks, you can move on to the next area, which is excessive wake ups. And this is where you can be able to see the wake lock tag name as well. And we're going to have a session later today to show you how to debug those issues using Android Studio and a bunch of other tools that we have available, and what other ways you can be able to implement the same functionality within your application. In rendering, which we are hoping you'll be able to provide your users with a silky smooth experience within the application, we show you when you have frozen frames, where there's a 700 milliseconds lag between frames, and we show you when you have slow rendering, where 50% or more of your frames take longer than 16 milliseconds to load. This is available right now in the Play console. You just need to go in, and there's a section called Android Vitals, and you can go in there, and you can be able to see the data for yourself, for your own application. If you don't have data there right now, it's probably that you don't have enough users on the devices that we support as of today, but keep coming back to check it out over the next couple of months as we add more devices and more metrics to be able to help you be able to understand the performance of your application. One of the reasons why you should take this seriously is because it's aren't to be included in the search ranking and discovery in the Play Store itself. So if you want to be able to be featured and rank well in the store, you need to invest in improving the performance of your application. And now we're providing you the data to be able to start taking it seriously and improving it. But we want to provide it before it's actually completely implemented in the ranking, which will happen later this year. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Fergus. New internet users are coming online at a record pace in India. Many of these users will experience varying level of connectivity, device compatibility, data cost, and commerce. In the next session, we will talk about making amazing apps that works for India. Please welcome on stage Kunal Soni, Head of Business Development, Google Play.
Good morning, everyone. Hi. How's everyone feeling? Good? Happy? Happy to be here? Wonderful. So I'm really excited to be here this morning to talk to you a little bit about some unique insights, some tools, and some best practices that you should think about as you think about building apps that will work effectively and meaningfully, not just for the millions, the hundreds of millions of smartphone users today, but also about the next billion smartphone users as they get connected in India. Earlier today, you heard Purnima and Rajan speak about the immense momentum and immense traction we're seeing in the Android ecosystem in the country today. What makes me most excited is that despite all the growth we've seen, there is immense opportunities still waiting to be untapped. Smartphone penetration in India today is still less than 30% of the total population. As more and more users get access to affordable devices and get connected for the first time, they will increasingly rely on their phones to look for information, to transact for goods and services, to communicate, or to simply entertain themselves. And that means incredibly exciting new opportunities for everybody here today. Now, winning will require some focused actions and strategic thinking on your part as well. As we think about winning with these users and making apps relevant for these users, it's very important that as a group, we understand the unique challenges that they face in their daily lives in terms of connectivity, devices, etc. Let's take a quick look at some of these. Firstly, now, while we are very, very excited about the progress in India today in terms of the rollout of fast network technologies, 4G, LTE, etc., the fact is that at the end of the first half of this year, more than 70% of the population was still using 2G. That's about 800 million users. And that's a sizable audience, sizable user base for you to think about and solve for. Related to that, the quality and adoption of broadband continues to be low. While it's, of course, growing, it still continues to be low at this point. Just 19% of total mobile broadband connections operate at speeds higher than 10 Mbps. And finally, let's talk about devices. Now, again, it's great that consumers in India have now access to a lot of affordable devices, and that lowers the barrier for users to come online. The fact is that a lot of these devices come with lower hardware specs. So storage, memory, processing power, battery life, etc. And therefore, can impact the user experience that users have on these devices. So when you look at all these challenges together, connectivity, devices, broadband, data access, it's important to understand that these challenges can place constraints on the kind of experience that users will have on their phones. So while you may do your best to create the most amazing app or game for these users, if it's not optimized well enough to perform effectively in these conditions, it will be a suboptimal outcome. And that's what we need to solve. And that's exactly what the focus of this discussion is going to be today. I want to start by giving you a quick preview of what we are trying to do at Google to solve this problem before we talk about some specific initiatives that you can think about. We believe that access should never be at the cost of quality. And therefore, earlier this year, we announced the launch of Android Go, a new initiative which we're trying to build out as part of our commitment and investment to the next wave of smartphone users. So what is Android Go? James spoke about it briefly. Android Go essentially is a new experience that we are trying to build out for new smartphone users with access to affordable devices. Foundationally, it's built on three important things. First of all, optimizing the operating system, or Android, to make sure that the latest version runs smoothly and seamlessly on affordable devices or entry-level devices. Secondly, having a rebuilt or optimized set of Google apps that use less memory, less data, less storage. And finally, a revitalized Play Store experience which enables users to not only consume the entire catalog which is on Play, but also helps them discover apps that you are building out for next billion users in mind. We are very, very excited about Android Go and the potential that it has to unlock the power of computing for the next few hundred million users in markets like India. I'm going to take a deeper look at what we're trying to do, and hopefully this will give you some inspiration as you think about your own content and your own apps and games. So, as I said, on the store itself, we are trying to create a new discovery experience a new discovery experience to make sure that users are able to discover the apps that are being custom built with these challenges in mind around connectivity, devices, etc. Secondly, we are building in additional capacity for users to be able to share these apps. So P2P sharing is something that we are building out as part of Play Store on Android Go. And finally, there will also be an additional functionality for users to be able to delay downloads till they actually have Wi-Fi access, for example. This will help them optimize the data cost and have a more useful offline experience. So these are some of the things that we're trying to do to make Play more relevant as we think about the next few 100 million users. I'm also excited to share with you some of the work that the YouTube team is doing to have a more seamless YouTube experience for unaffordable devices. So there are 4 things here that I want to call out. Firstly, the team has done an amazing job in building out a new preview feature, which means that users can actually have a sneak peek at what the video is all about before watching the full video. And once they decide to watch the video, they can choose the streaming quality and the speed at which they want to watch it. And along with that, they also get to know what cost it will come at. So they know exactly how much data cost they're going to incur by choosing to watch at that quality. So it gives users a lot more control about the kind of content they're watching, as well as the cost associated with that. And finally, what we're trying to do is also making sure that it has a useful offline experience by letting users download videos and watch them later when they have limited or no connectivity. So with these kinds of interventions, we believe that our own Google Apps will become a lot more relevant to users as they think about access on low-end devices, tough networks, etc. So now, while we're doing what we can, I think the real magic really happens when all of you jump in and all of you start solving these problems that exist with your creativity, your imagination, your innovation, and your love for technology. So let's switch gears and talk about what you can do. Now, in order to support your efforts in this area, in order to support your initiatives to solve the problems that we just spoke about, we've identified a set of tools, best practices, and guidelines that we believe can help. This is what we call the Building for Billions framework, and it's designed to help you solve user challenges in 6 important areas. A, making sure that your app works well in limited or poor connectivity. B, making sure that it's compatible with the plethora of devices out there in terms of different screen sizes, storage capacity, etc., etc. C, making sure that your apps are sensitive to users' data cost and data consumption. Help users save their battery. Making sure that the content is promoted and showcased in an intuitive and seamless manner. And finally, making sure that you understand user insights about pricing, local pricing, etc., to make sure that you're able to price your content, your apps and games, etc., at the right price, which connects meaningfully with users. Now, while we can't cover all of this today, it's all there on developer.android.com for you to consume. Having said that, I do want to call out a few important features which I think you could start implementing right away that will help you think more strategically about these problems. Let's talk about connectivity. Now, one of the fundamental principles of making sure that your apps work well on poor networks is making sure that you're able to prioritize bandwidth requests. One simple way of doing that is making sure that text is prioritized over data, over images and rich media. So making sure that just the text loads seamlessly before rich media is a good, useful way of connecting with users without having to wait endlessly for content to come up. Secondly, we often get confused between connectivity and connection type. And let me explain how. While there may be users who are on 3G or 4G, depending upon the network type they've chosen, the fact is that the connection quality itself gets impacted by lots of other issues, such as network density, population, location, etc. So for example, the same 3G or 4G connection which works really well for you at home or in the comfort of your office could behave very differently if you're, say, in the packed Chinnaswamy Stadium watching a cricket match with thousands of people, right? It's a very, very different experience. And therefore, it's important that your users, that your app detects that change in connection and is able to tailor the experience accordingly. Now, there are tools like, for example, the telephony manager, the connectivity manager. These are APIs which are available, which can help you solve this problem effectively. And in case you haven't done so, please start thinking about this and thinking about how you can solve it. Images. Images get a lot of attention, and they do. They should get a lot of attention because they can impact the overall behavior of the app on poor networks. As a best practice, we recommend that you use WebP, which is a image format that we fully supported for a number of Android versions now. Typically, what it does, it helps you improve load times, reduce network bandwidth, and often results in images which are smaller in size compared to formats like JPEG and PNG while maintaining the same quality. So it'll also help you create a better, lighter app as well, in addition to performing better on poor data networks. How many people here think deeply about offline experience? So let me ask a different question. How many of you have apps that work well in an offline mode? Good. That's about 40 to 50% of the audience, which is great. So I think this is something that is really, really important. Making sure that the user is able to engage with content even in cases of poor or nil connectivity is really, really important. Any ideas about how you can quickly test how your app works in an offline mode? Perfect. Simple, right? Everybody has access to this. Put your app to the test. Switch on airline mode on your phone and see how it performs. And that should be the starting point of how you think about optimizing it. Great. Let's talk about APK size. Now, this is something which users care about, clearly. You all care about as well, and it gets a lot of attention. So let's spend some time on this. Now, we've done a ton of research, and I know APK size is there is no right answer, okay, I'll be honest. It varies a lot by category, etc., by country. But what we find is that apps higher than 10 megabytes typically have a higher risk of getting uninstalled if users have to choose. So try and think about driving optimizations that can keep you well within that 10 megabyte number to be relevant for the next wave of users. Now, images are often the biggest offenders as far as APK size is concerned, right? So a good starting point is to look at your graphical assets. So use things like scalable vector graphics to ensure that you keep your graphical assets within limit. There are tools like ProGuard. I don't know if you guys use it, but ProGuard is a very good tool to look at removing unused code from your app, right? And a multi-APK. So you can actually have different configurable APK sizes based on the kind of device that the user has. That's something which you can drive through a tool called multi-APK. So in case you haven't, do look it up on developer.android.com. We've spoken a lot about entry-level devices today, and I think there are 2 or 3 things which stand out as far as optimization for them is concerned. First of all, how do you build for devices or the range of devices that you have in a market like India with different screen sizes, different densities, etc. So again, a good useful starting point is to look at density-independent pixels to make sure that your app performs seamlessly and consistently across different screen sizes, different devices. Make sure that you are rigorously testing your layouts, your text, and your graphics on low and medium density screens. And make sure that the app is compatible with earlier versions of Android, just to make sure that you cover a large enough base of users in the market who haven't upgraded to the more recent version. So as a best practice, your app should always be targeted to the latest version of Android, but the minimum target version should be, for example, say 14, API 14. Which is ice cream sandwich, right? Just to make sure that you're covering that entire range of users who have not upgraded yet, right? Memory and battery, I think that's another area which users care deeply about and something which requires a lot of attention. So again, a useful best practice is to make sure that your app keeps minimal activity within the background. So making sure that you're using things like, for example, wake locks, figuring out, and I think Fergus, you spoke about wake locks, and making sure that there are no unnecessary wake locks within the app, which keep the device on and consume memory as well as power. Avoid long processes, right? Make sure that you're using Firebase Job Dispatcher to group to batch network requests. We've already built in a ton of functionality around optimizing for memory and battery in Android O, so making sure that you're just targeting API level 26 would be a great best practice as well. There are tools available within the Android Studio to make sure that you're benchmarking your performance on memory. So for example, here's an interesting screenshot of the same app and how it's performing differently on two different devices, right? So you can use this memory monitor to figure out how much memory is being consumed on different devices. The first one that you see there is a 1 GB RAM device, and the other one is a 2 GB RAM device, and how the same app is performing differently in terms of consuming less memory on the first one and more on the other one. So these are some tools which are already available to you within the Android ecosystem that you can try and look at using to improve the quality of your apps. All right, so we've spoken a lot about what kind of, there are tons more out there. I think, like I said, make sure that you look at developer.android.com/billions, which has the entire list of things you can do. The good news is developers are already embracing a lot of these best practices. So here are a few examples of people who've been able to integrate these tools to drive successful outcomes in terms of either reducing APK size or improving user growth by becoming more compatible with entry-level devices. These are things which are out there for you to look at as well. Right, so we've spoken a lot about the tools and best practices which are available to you. I think it's the right time to think about how you can take on these problems head-on, connectivity, devices, etc., and see whether you want to look at embracing some of the tools that we spoke about, or you may have your own unique solutions which can help you solve them. The point is we want to make sure that we recognize and we identify all of you who are doing a phenomenal job in solving these problems and make sure that your content is discoverable to the next billion users on Android. So with that, I'm very, very excited to announce the launch of a very special initiative starting today, only for Indian developers, Made for India. Now, what is Made for India? If you think that you're doing a phenomenal job in solving some of the problems, and if you've been able to integrate some of the best practices and tools that I spoke about, we would love to hear about that. Starting today, you can apply for a chance to be selected in some of the initiatives that we will be rolling out in terms of promotions on the store as part of our Made for India initiative. So this is what you need to do, and I'll share the link again, but essentially there is a link out there. It's a self-nomination form. If you think that you have been able to integrate some of these best practices or are currently in the process of solving them, whether it's data consumption, whether it's battery consumption, making your app perform in poor internet networks, having a useful offline state, if you've been able to successfully reduce the APK size of your apps, we would love to hear about that. Right? You can use this form to nominate yourself, and then somebody will review and essentially give you feedback on what needs to be improved. So that's the link, g.co/play/made4India. Make a note of it, and I hope that after all of this, you're feeling a lot more inspired to go back and think deeply about the way your apps and games currently work, and how you can optimize them better to meet the needs and challenges that users in India face. I really look forward to receiving tons of nominations from this group, and I hope several of you make it and get selected to be part of Made for India. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Kunal. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is with some of the country's top developers who have found success in building apps for India. I would now like requesting all of you all, can we have a big round of applause for all our speakers in the house today, everybody? Let's give them a big round of applause. And also just giving you a heads up about what we had to announce you, what about our very own, the group developer expert question in specific areas for you. Please make sure the group product managers and the Google developer expert question in specific areas for your app from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. is going to be the sessions and divided into 4 different topics. Well, they are going to be Firebase, Google Play Console, reducing app size, and designing for new internet users. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to move on to our next session. Well, it's time, as I said, our next session is with some of the country's top developers who have found success in building apps for India. Well, now I'd like to invite on stage to moderate this session and to take things forward. Please join me to welcome Mr. Karan Gambhir, Head of Business Development, India.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's an absolute pleasure to see all of you out here. Thank you for coming in. A lot of you have actually braved the traffic of Bangalore to be here, so thank you for doing that as well. I've actually come on stage with a great responsibility to keep you all interested enough to last through to the next session, which is lunch. So I'm going to do the best I can. And what we have for you right now is a very exciting discussion with some of the country's top developers, people who have done a lot of great stuff, a lot of things that we've been talking about that Purnima, Rajan, Kunal, James, and so on talked about around optimizing for India, building for India, doing some great things. So to help me, help you, and help me talk to all of this about you, please allow me to welcome my great friends, Puneet Gupta from Times Internet. Puneet is the Chief Operating Officer of the news business for Times of India. Puneet, please. Next, we have Mark Skaggs. Mark is a director with Moonfrog, one of India's largest gaming companies, one of India's largest homegrown gaming companies. Next, I'd like to welcome Anshuman Bapna, who's the Chief Product Officer for MakeMyTrip. And finally, I'll welcome Ranjit Radhakrishnan, who's the Chief Product Officer for Byju's. And I'm going to pull my chair a bit so I can actually see all of them. So guys, thanks a lot for being here. Really appreciate your participation. So I'm going to start off by asking you a very simple thing. For all of you, why don't you just start with maybe introducing yourself, tell us a little bit about your apps, tell us a little bit about how you think and why you think you are building for India and you're made for India. Anshuman, let's start with you.
Thanks. Really excited to be here and really excited to see the audience here. Fantastic turnout. My name is Anshuman Bapna. I run product at MakeMyTrip right now. And before that, I was a developer, an entrepreneur, running a startup in Bangalore before we got acquired by MakeMyTrip. Used to be at Google back in the day, many years ago. And the thing that I wanted to share with you was about what we've done at MakeMyTrip. And we have done a lot of interesting things. The company itself actually started out back in the day when the Indian internet scene started. And we actually almost went under in the first 4 or 5 years, but then came back when IRCTC happened to India. And I don't know how many of you, I mean, you guys look too young to even remember that, but IRCTC was the first company that actually managed to convince Indians that you could buy something safely online. And that's how, after that, there was Air Deccan that democratized air for India so that flights were no longer the preserve of the few and the rich. And then since then, the company has had this interesting tumultuous journey, and including the mobile tsunami that hit us between 3 to 4 years ago. And now with Redbus and GoIbibo also as part of MakeMyTrip, we are this company which sells everything from very expensive European packages to budget hotels right next to the bus stand across the length and breadth of the country. So we've built a lot of different things which are very specific to India, which I would love to get into as we get deeper into the discussion.
Hi, everybody. My name is Mark Skaggs. I'm a director at Moonfrog Labs here in Bangalore. Moonfrog was started 4 years ago with the whole intent and focus of building mobile games for the Indian market. I joined about 1.5 years ago, and the exciting thing to me is building games for India, specifically and only India, because I've been in the games industry for about 25 years, and I see India as the next biggest phenomena that's going to happen worldwide for games, and so that's very exciting. And you guys might know some of the work we've done at Moonfrog with Teen Party Gold. It's in the top of the charts, about 3 million daily active users. We also have released Alia Bot Star Life, looking at finding out and learning about the women demographic of women game players demographic in India, and then also most recently Bahubali, the game, based upon, of course, the great work by S.S. Rajamouli. So we're super excited to be focused only on India, and as we get into some of the more details of this panel, I'll share why we're exciting and some of the things we're doing with games just for India, something very specific and unique to India itself.
After 25 years in the gaming industry, you moved to India, so of course, absolutely, India is the place to be, Mark.
It is the place to be. I believe in it wholeheartedly.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Hi, guys. My name is Puneet. I run the digital news business for Times Internet. While Times of India does not need an introduction, we have been around for over 178 years, setting the agenda for the country on news and infotainment. I want to talk about what we are doing apart from Times of India as well on the digital side. So we run news and infotainment businesses in 9 Indian languages, from Bengali, Marathi, Gujarati, Kannada, Tamil, Telugu, Malayalam, and all of that. And we have a catered branded product for them. We also run a news aggregator, which is in 15 languages today. It's called NewsPoint. And our goal is to make sure that we can create a product that works well for the hundreds in this room and the billions outside, right? That's what we are trying to solve.
Hi, everyone. So I'm Ranjit, and I am responsible for the product vision, strategy, and execution at Byju's. Prior to my stint with Byju's, I was with Hike Messenger, again, building for India. And prior to Hike Messenger, I worked with Mark as well, building games, a lot of the social gaming titles that Zynga created. So at Byju's, we have a very simple but fundamental mission, which is to kind of ensure that students fall in love with learning. It is something that Indians associate with and care about so much. Education is aspirational in nature. And we believe that disruption can happen, that all kids can be empowered with the love for learning, which will take care of results. All of that is in due course. With that, we essentially have 3 teams working together. We have our academia team, we have our media team, and the technology team, all of which come together to kind of ensure that the learning content, the learning experiences we craft out are specific to India. It is engaging in nature. It's effective in terms of driving learning outcomes. And at the same time, it's personalized because India has got 1 million Indias within that. And hence, we need to ensure that all students are catered to. So that's been our focus right through. And we have been building for India and been succeeding at that. We are primarily have 3 apps on the Google Play Store. The primary learning app that you guys might have seen advertisements on TV. It's got 10 million plus downloads and it's rated 4.6. Testament to the fact that if we have a good learning application, there's going to be a lot of delight in terms of how students receive it. So that's been a fantastic journey for us in the last 2 years in terms of crafting out great experiences for Indian students.
Great, thank you. One of the very interesting things you just said is, India has 1 billion Indias within it. So Kunal also in the previous session talked a lot about, how there is a need to optimize for specific Indian challenges, whether it is battery, whether it is speed, whether it is, the type of device and so on. So tell us a little bit, or maybe all 4 of you, if you could just tell us about one innovation that you may have done with your app, which is specific to solving for a challenge in India. Anshuman.
Can I make it 2?
Sure.
So I think the list that you mentioned, how India is 1 billion India, it's definitely true technically, network, devices, et cetera, but it's also in the way we think and we operate. So there's a psychological part of it also that I would want to touch. So the first part, just from a technical standpoint, you saw the earlier presentation when Kunal was talking about how 10 megabyte is kind of the magic number, and we were at 16 megabyte with our primary app and trying to hit that magic number. And realized that on one fine day, I think one of my product managers came up and said, what's better than 10 megabyte, 1 megabyte? And I said, yeah, let's do 1 megabyte. And we realized that we had a kind of a backdoor way of doing that. So we had invested quite a bit in this technology called Progressive Web Apps, PWA, which I hope a lot of you are familiar with. But basically, this is our answer to what's happening on the mobile web, make it as performant as a native app itself. And we've invested quite a bit in that. And we said, what if we actually take that and wrap it in a native shell, where the native shell does the basic text view rendering, the image view rendering, but everything else actually comes as an XML that actually the server pushes down. And that's something that has worked really well for us, including to the point where now, obviously, the app is very performant, but we have the full plethora of all the different things that we want to offer to all our customers in that 1 megabyte app. And the interesting twist to that is that we've actually invested also a lot in personalization to understand what the users want, what kind of hotels, if they have booked this hotel or looked at this hotel, what other transportation mechanisms they might be interested in. And we've figured out this way where we realize that people who are coming onto this app actually give us a richer data set to personalize against. So if you actually install that, it's called My Lite. If you install that app, you should actually see a more personalized experience than what you see on the native app itself sometimes, which is kind of one way of saying that, hey, it's not that you're trying to build a lesser version or a less featured version. You're actually building a more powerful version for the next 300 million. So that was one part. But the other part that I did want to touch upon is kind of something which amuses me all the time, which is a year back when all of us in the e-commerce space were losing money hand over fist. There was a race to understand what is the least dumb way to lose that much money or to put all that money into the customer's wallet. And instead of doing discounts, the company, which is now part of Make My Trip, GoIbibo, invented something which I think a lot of companies should emulate. Basically, they built the Amway model of the mobile wallet. So the concept was that every time you actually stuck around in the app for long enough, we'll actually incentivize you, we'll put money in your wallet. Because as you can imagine, in travel, people book their travel and then they uninstall the app. So if you stick around, if you don't uninstall the app, you get 200 rupees in your wallet. But if you invite all your friends from your phone graph, then every time they book, you actually get 50 rupees in your wallet. And that's something which I see a lot of heads nodding here. I know,
I'm nodding mine too.
That's right, yeah. So that turned out to be, so we actually stopped all above-the-line marketing. And we actually focused completely on filling people's wallet in the smartest possible way, who had the best graphs. So that is another example of how, as Indians, we love value, we love, and we're very social. So tapping into that and allowing that to make transactions for a category as expensive as travel was something that worked really well.
Great, thank you. Mark.
Sure. I'm going to talk about two areas. One is a focus, and the other one is a specific optimization that we did. The first, obviously, is the focus of games for India, and I'll tell you why I'm mentioning that. You know, obviously with Alia Bhatt game and the Bahubali game, they're very heavy India, classic India IP. A lot of game makers look at making games that are generic, and if you look at the top of the charts for games, there's a lot of international games, and our focus is how do we make something that fits the culture, that feels like it was built here for this audience. And you know, I'm still learning. I'm not an expert at what works in the Indian market. I'm an expert at making games. So I talk with the teams and all the people who grew up here and live here, and we often talk about, you know, does this have enough masala in it? Is it the right flavor for India? Because I don't want to bring my own influence of, you know, international game making into it. So that's one area of focus, and we think that's a competitive advantage for an Indian gaming company to make it feel like it's home. The second thing is obviously connectivity. So Bahubali, the game, is a strategy game, action. It has heavy reliance on the server. And when you look at international apps, they rely on constant, always-on connectivity. And when we made a game in the US, we were blind to the realities of connectivity in a place like India. And so what we did, and we have you know, a rockstar programmer, we rewrote the connectivity part of the engine to allow for connectivity drops on a regular basis and seamless gameplay to continue across those drops, and then to catch up once connectivity is reestablished. So it's a lot of very gentle handling of a tricky connectivity system. So that was the big innovation there, and of course app size, which you know everybody knows.
Great. Thank you, Puneet.
So I want to talk about what we did on video streaming and battery. For most media companies now, video is a very, very big focus because more and more consumers, especially Indian consumers, are consuming a lot of videos. But when you look at videos, there is a distinct problem to solve. You can either solve it for the guys on a poor connection speed, 2G, where you will encode it at a lower bit rate and avoid buffering, in which case the quality of experience for an always-on connected 4G or a Wi-Fi user goes bad. And if you encode it for 4G and always on, the 2G guys will never be able to see it, but it'll always keep on buffering. So what we did was using an HLNet stream and an adaptive bitrate, dynamically adaptive bitrate player. So at distinct points in time, we figure out continuously what's the connection speed and get the next packet encoded accordingly. So that helps us a lot in terms of user experience. The second point that I want to talk about is battery. So while most of us focus on battery, we end up focusing on the code that we are writing on our own. And most of us forget that we include tons of SDKs inside our apps. So while we were testing on one of these days, we realized that a third-party SDK, a very prominent one, was using 25 mAh of battery every hour when one of our apps was in the background. We started talking to them. We worked with them to reconfigure their SDK. And now the same app uses 1 mAh every 3 hours.
Wow.
Right? So that's the quantum of improvement we've been able to get. So I think both of these are very, very important. I just want to quickly touch upon one more point, if I can move from 2 to 3.
Definitely.
Right?
More the merrier.
So most people say 10 MB is the limit. And obviously, it varies by category. It is very, very important. But I think 10 MB is important from a perspective of downloads and conversion from your app listing page on Play Store. It is the installed size of the app on your device is equally or more important, right? Because most of the time, the Times of India app, for example, will not compete with an NDTV or UC News. It's going to compete with that one extra vacation photo that you are going to take on a 20 megapixel camera. And both of them are going to be in the 5 to 6 or 7 MB range. So not just the APK size, but the installed app size is also very important. The kind of cache that you're creating, the kind of cache cleaning up strategies that you have. Most people will not delete an app because of its size. It will get flagged off in a CCleaner or a battery cleaner of sorts, and that's when the removal happens. So important on the app size, both pre-installed and on the device, and how you clean the cache.
Sanjeev?
Right, so what most of my friends here spoke about, adaptive bit rates. We are a video-led product, so we need to kind of take care of that. Encoding has to be optimized so that you kind of ensure the data consumption is not really out of hand, the initial load, and the experience is generally smooth. We need to optimize for images as well, because the sort of apps that we're creating, they need to be aesthetically rich and polished, simply because you're dealing with age demographics from, say, 4th grade all the way up to 10th grade. And the sort of apps that kids use are rich visually. So we had to invest in terms of using SVGs and WebPs as opposed to PNGs to ensure that the app size does not get bloated up. So that investment was worthwhile as well. Device and the way we kind of designed our design sprints around devices, be it our UI UX flows, be it the way that we went about developing, or the way that we ran our testing cycles, we were always cognizant of the fact that this is a mass app going out to different users who are probably going to be consuming this on medium and low-end machines. And at the end of the day, we need to ensure that the experience is not broken fundamentally for any of them. So that was part of a normal process itself. Now, what Anshuman also spoke about, the investment in personalization is sacrosanct for us, because we know if India is diverse today, India and the audience that we're going to be dealing with is going to be even more diverse later on. So our investment in terms of putting data out there, having knowledge graphs, and then using that information to build a learning profile for every student, and then personalizing the experience was critical. Now this posed a challenge to us, because when we dealt with our users later on, when we, our paid users, at the end of the day, the number one constraint that they had was, this is all great and fantastic, but after I pay for this, do I need to be again consuming some degree of cost or paying a cost for my bandwidth? This is going to be costly. My network is not so great. So my streaming experience is broken. And hence, fundamentally, my learning experience itself is broken. So which is why we had to come with a very pragmatic approach, saying that we need to kind of offer a mixed model out there. We need to have our personalization layer and everything else that we have in terms of learning experiences work perfectly offline. For those users who have intermittent internet connection, once they sync back, the data has to kind of feedback, and our algorithms have to kick in and personalize things for them post that. And of course, being future-proof in terms of ensuring that our streaming users have a fantastic experience, our adaptive bitrate algorithms kick in as well. So we had to go with a model where we cater to all of these users. And today, a lot of our scale comes from the offline and the hybrid model, because a lot of the users have the pressing constraints in terms of networks. This might change over a span of time, but this is something that we had to cater to at this point of time.
Great, thanks. So I'll kind of delve a little deeper into some of the challenges that we've been talking about for India, right? Again, India is 1 billion Indias, or if you look at everything that Purnima said around, the next 300 million internet users coming on board would be very, very different from the first few. So they're going to be, we already have different network connectivities, different types of devices, different specifications, different languages, all kinds of challenges that exist in India. So Anshuman, if I ask you specifically, a lot of the new travelers would now be coming from tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 cities where there would be good 3G, bad 3G, good 2G, even bad 2G, if that even exists. So how have you tackled this challenge? How have you built your app to make sure that in different types of connectivity, a user is able to get a standard experience? The experience is good and he continues to stick with you.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what you're pointing out is absolutely where we are at right now. So with about 50 million downloads cumulative so far, we are already touching the ceiling of where all comfortable smartphone transacting users are. So we know that our next 100 million are actually not going to come necessarily from that channel that we've acquired so far. So we've done a bunch of different things. The Lite is one example. But I'll tell you, maybe I'll just step back from that question a little bit more and talk about why we think that we might actually be completely barking up the wrong tree right now. So one thing that, and Google had a study that came out, and just one of many studies, which talk about how big vernacular is, right? As soon as you start tapping out the English-speaking population, which is comfortable with smartphones and transacting, you're basically now up against this very massive user base of hundreds of millions of users who are on Hindi, Tamil, and a bunch of different Indian languages. And just like everyone else in this space, we had actually created the vernacular versions of all the Make My Trip app. So, and specifically, we did it both for the Make My Trip app, and we also did it for a specific category, which is rail, which is, railways is as democratic, as widespread in India as it gets. And I'm proud to say, I'm just kidding, I'm ashamed to say, they were a complete dud. Nothing happened. So none of the metrics actually even barely moved. So what we did is that we actually started doing what we should have done in the first place, which is to actually observe these users that we were hypotheticating about sitting in our comfortable air-conditioned offices. And I had this one video that I remember, which is just fantastic, which is of this this lady who's sitting in a housewife in a home in Tamil Nadu. And she's looking at the apps, and her primary reaction is not about the fact that the content is not in Tamil. Her primary reaction is, what the hell does filter mean? What is this search thing? Why is this circle and this danda standing there in front of me? What am I supposed to do with that? And we realized that, just like everyone else, we've just been boiling down this next 300 million problem to a few technical questions and a few usability problems. When it might actually be the case, and this is more a call to action to everyone in the room here, especially if you're developers, is to actually see how these users behave. And we think there are a couple of different things happening. One is that we think that maybe this box called the app, which has these navigational paradigms of going back and forth and searching and filtering and going to the listing page and the detail page and then booking, is something that might absolutely not work with this next set of customers altogether. You have to remember that what they're more accustomed to is whatever navigational paradigms WhatsApp affords them, right? And there are not too many of those. That's one. Second is we realize that you have to somehow hack trust. So when we, for example, look at this next 300 million, we were looking at basically our competition and saying, well, can we do better than our competition? Or sometimes going out of a category and saying, well, what about Flipkart? Can we do it better than Flipkart or Amazon or someone else who's focusing on this, or Paytm? And we realized that the Tamil housewife is actually not comparing us to a Flipkart. She's not comparing us to a competition. She's comparing us to Mr. Raviraj. Mr. Raviraj is the person she reaches out to on WhatsApp and says, I need a flight ticket, I need a hotel booking. And he's the one who actually makes it happen for her. Now, how do you actually, so therefore, that to me is almost outside of the app constraints altogether. So this is literally think outside the box, where the box is the app. And that's something which we are investing a lot now in thinking a lot about what the next 100 million users behave like. And therefore, and I realize there's actually very little ethnographic data about how these next 100 million people behave. I actually saw a New York Times article which had more data than anything else that I've seen published so far. So as developers who are actually thinking about this space, don't just stay inside your comfort zone, just step out. Look at the people around you who are not necessarily your primary app users right now. And that's where the next big growth is going to come from. And I can guarantee you that there's a Alibaba, there's a WeChat, there's a Doutio, etc., all waiting to happen inside India if we just start looking at the users more closely. It's not a technical answer around connectivity and so on, but I think a more important revelation for me.
Sure. So do you actually have PMs who are actually out on the street talking to people, going to all these different cities, understanding
That's exactly what we're doing. And we're doing a bunch of different things, including, for example, stationing some of our people at hotels. Right? And hotels is something that we sell all the time in spades. And all that we're doing is observing the customers who are coming in and saying, where did you book your hotel from? How did you find out about this hotel? And the answers are astonishing. It's very eye-opening for us right now.
Okay, awesome. Mark, something different for you. So we've been talking about, the magic number. So Kunal had that slide about 10 MB, but that's something that's for apps. Unfortunately, we've never really been to the point where we've, released some of these things for games. But in your view, what is the magic number for a game in India?
Right.
With all the differences, all the variations that exist in device sizes and so on.
I think, like everybody says, there's no one answer. But I can tell you, a few years ago with Team Potty Gold, we reduced the app size from about 12 or so down to 7, and our downloads it shot up. It was just a noticeable difference. So all the PMs out there who want to see a noticeable difference in changing your metrics, take a shot at reducing your app size. Same thing you guys found. And so we know that there are, the initial version of Team Potty's 7 megabyte download works. With Bahubali, we focused on keeping it under 20 MBs. And games have a special challenge because of the amount of graphics that we have. And so we did the multiple APKs per device with the understanding that we would have to make some visual compromises for the lowest version. But that worked out well because we could also see the smaller the APK size, the more downloads we have. So my suggestion, if you're making a game, is make it as small as possible, but be careful when you're crossing that line between, that compromise line between small and ugly. Because everybody comes to games, they want the beautiful experience, they want the fun experience. Small matters. There's also another transition happening, and so internally we're always looking at this. And one of the things we're wondering as the ecosystem is changing is how that number's going to change. Is it going to rise with 4G and Geo and download costs dropping? So that's a question. There's actually one extra thing I want to tie into what you said. We're finding the same thing with games that you found with your app, in that for us, we have assumed a large number of game interface paradigms. We make games and seen them all over the world, and then when we actually go out and talk to players and watch them use our game, we're finding a very different story, that the things that work traditionally with games don't necessarily work here with people who have maybe never played a game on their device. So we're having to relearn all those lessons. Last week we had a crew out in a mall talking about Bahubali, getting some real-life feedback from customers. A few months earlier, we had crews out in malls talking about the Alia Bot game to understand customers. And if I had to say anything, the win is understanding your customer better than the rest of the world. And who better to understand Indian players, in our case, or Indian online users, than people who grew up in India. So.
Great, thank you. Puneet, you run a news business. A news business, you mentioned that you're doing stuff on video, but a news business starts off as a text business, right? It's about people coming to a device, people coming and reading to things that are of their interest, of maybe even around infotainment. So with so many languages that exist in India, how do you look at vernacular?
So unlike most other apps where they are seeing Indic as an opportunity now, it has been a core part of our business. Primarily, we had a lot of market-leading print brands already, Vijay Karnataka in Bangalore, for example, Maharashtra Times in Mumbai. And we had a digital product to cater to those audiences. Right? What we have been able to do on the engineering side is to ensure that a particular product for us is just a build target. Right? So when I build the NewsPoint app or the Maharashtra Times app, it's the same code base. Only it's a different feed at the build time and a different set of app assets, right? And so that's one. The other is that for all of these languages now, one needs to understand that it's not the same content or the same category of content that each of the people like. The content preferences vary significantly, And we have seen that they vary between the users who consume it on mWeb and the users who consume it on apps. So it's very, very important to build a data science layer to understand what you can serve to which customer, and that increases engagement disproportionately. One more point I want to add, right? So while we are talking about the next 300 million users, we have to talk about voice in the same breath. When touch came, it just took over instantaneously. I think the next 2 years or 3 years is the years of voice. People would want to talk to the phone. Alexa is there, Google Home is coming out, people have started talking to Siri.
The assistant is there.
Yeah, assistant is there as well, right? And that's going to become a habit. And when it's as easy as saying, read out the top news, no one would actually open the app and go to a particular section and then read out content, because the app can play it out for you. So that's one of the very important things that all of us would have to consider. For our apps, we have already started integrating Google text-to-speech. Works very well. Customers who engage with TTS are more, consume much more and retain much longer than people who don't use it. You know, our request to Google is that enable it for more languages than
and
what we have today.
On that.
Yeah.
We're working on that.
And so one is the language play out. The other is also language input. And I think on voice you have to work on both of these in parallel.
Great, thank you. So Ranjit, here's one thing for you. Education is again comes with a very different set of challenges, right? So you've got different boards in India. You've got different. Every student will react to a different kind of teaching. Every student would need a different learning experience. You spoke about knowledge graphs and so on, but tell us more about how you are customizing the learning experience for every student. What are the different varieties, different variations that you see, and how you are adapting to all of them?
Right. So the intelligence layer that we have, which does the personalization, it's very conventional. It's the knowledge graphs, it's metadata which is tagged to all of this content. And now we know that every student has a different starting point X, a different destination Y. And we know that at the end of the day, what we need to kind of ensure is that there is a smooth learning curve while the student travels from X to Y. Now, what we do is essentially try to kind of figure out and glean information as to what the specific weakness of the child is, what is essentially his strength. And based on that, be able to customize the learning path in a much more smoother fashion. If you don't understand Newton's second law of motion, we have that information that the child struggled with momentum as a concept. We know that when you need to come to the related concept, which is Newton's second law, you need to handhold the child a little better because he struggled with the concept of momentum. So the way that we kind of then structure the experience for the child is a little different from, say, somebody who's already mastered the concept of momentum and can get down to mastering Newton's second law much faster. So one shoe fits all approach cannot work, especially in education. But I think it's the whole same paradigm, right? In a classroom of 30 to 50 students, you cannot structure for just the average student. You can only structure for the average student because that's a limitation of the offline model. But if you take the analogy a lot further, entire India is a classroom. And there's so many students out there with different backgrounds, some of them coming from ICSE, somebody coming from state syllabus. Their proficiencies, what fundamentals they have mastered, all of that is different, right? So what we are looking at very closely is ensuring that we glean that information and have smoother learning curves for each of these students. Now, the way that we go about doing this is through creating fresh content. We identify that in certain boards, certain learning gaps tend to be a lot more prominent. Then we create fresh content for that. So when you're talking about personalization, it is personalization at two layers. Personalization of content, patterns and trends among users, and see that you need to go back to the drawing board and create fresh content which addresses those points. There's a second layer of personalization that I would like to speak about, which is adaptiveness of the UI itself. Dealing with, because we have audience across 2,000 plus cities in India, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 towns as well. The way that we structured our messaging within the app, the way that we structured our visuals within the app, all of that had different reactions from different audience altogether, right? The language that we used ended up seemingly for a metro audience. And that's because it was being created by people who are from that background. So we had to go back and say that, hey, let's look at our messaging, let's look at our UI elements. And all of that needs to be adaptive to some extent. Again, linked to the user persona and the demographic that we are kind of effective if it's done in say in English or a vernacular language that they're more comfortable with. So we're factoring in all of these elements kind of structure different experiences for different students. Now, there's one added challenge when you're talking about the next 300 million that's coming on board. What we are dealing with is with an age group, say from kindergarten all the way up to 12th grade. Now, there's an additional few millions coming from the younger audience, the mobile-first audience who are probably using game apps, who are playing the Subway Surfers and the Temple Runs of the world. Their exposure and expectations from a learning app is fundamentally different from what, say, an older age group has. So our lower grade app, which is for, say, 4th and 5th grade, is done in a fundamentally different style altogether. It's not a learning app as much as it's packaged as a game. You have learning videos, but you have experiential content where you play and figure out concepts on your own. We don't ask questions and tests. These are all wrapped in a gamified experience where even if they fail or fail to answer a specific question, they don't lose hope or motivation simply because it's structured as a gamified experience. So dealing with different demographics has been a challenge, but we have been finding solutions for that. And the way that we've been able to do that is testing it heavily with users.
Great, thanks. That's great. So thank you for sharing a lot of this. I'm sure it's very inspiring for all of our developers here. Talking about inspiration, a lot of you have done some great stuff. So one last question for each of you. What would be your one advice to everybody out here as to what they should be doing when they're building for India? The one thing to keep in mind.
Don't listen to people on a panel. I think, so this one, I'll probably go back to something which I've alluded to in the past, which is as developers, or whatever profession you're in, at some level you need to have a North Star that keeps you honest, right? Because problems, hard technical problems are not an end in themselves. They're a means to an end. So what is it that one thing that will keep you honest? And I would say, as developers, focus on usage, intense usage. Whatever you build has to be used either by millions of people or by one person, but intensely. If you keep that as a core metric and say, well, am I building something, whether as part of a startup that you run yourself or as part of a large company, am I building something that is going to get intense usage, then I think that will be one thing that can keep you honest for a very, very long time.
Yeah, my take is, it's going to sound strange, just believe in the Indian market. I know it seems like how do you make money, and it's hard and it's difficult. But I've seen a number of explosive transitions over my career, games and before games. You know, the introduction of the PC, the console transition explosion that happened around the world, the Facebook explosion and transition that happened at Zynga when we made Farmville and Cityville, and mobile transition in the US that some companies missed and some hit, as well as the mobile transition that's happened in China. India is going to go through that massive, amazing growth. We're still very early into that process right now, so believe in the market. And as I mentioned, there's going to be so many people out there that just are hoping to use a great homegrown India, made for India app that feels real and honest to them. So be those guys that make that. We're making that, you might want to call it a bet. We have that belief at Moonfrog that the future is India. There's going to be a massive transition. So that would be my one piece of advice. Be patient, be smart, but believe in the future here.
Absolutely, thank you. Remember guys, 1 billion app installs a month, 3x growth in monetization. So just remember that, it's all starting to happen. So absolutely, just build for India. Puneet.
So I would say get the basics right. There is no forgiveness to not using ProGuard. There's no forgiveness to not getting to 2G and 3G and 4G separately. You could miss out on a 2G that masquerades as a 4G, but as long as you can separately solving for each of these, that should be good enough. Then don't let all of these options hide under settings. No user will go to the settings, tap on it, and configure the app. We have parked a lot of settings in our apps as a one-time startup exercise. Less than 2% of our consumers ever go to settings and change them, right? So don't assume that just because it is in the settings, you're solved for it. The next step is to delight the consumer. Can you automatically switch the consumer experience when the connection changes, right? So when the metro is overground, what are you able to serve and at what quality? When the metro goes underground, there is no signal, what can you do? And when it comes back again, does the user know you have done something to enhance the experience? That's the next step. I want to add just one more point. Invest in a very high quality retention and engagement system. You can use something that Google offers, you can use something that you have created or bought or built, but the team that analyzes each of your behavior cohorts, not just your acquisition cohorts, and the kind of enablement that you have provided them with tool sets is very, very important, right? It is difficult to acquire a user, but it is very easy to love your customers. So once you have acquired them, make sure you are serving them what they need in the manner they want it.
So that's great. Basically, build for people with a 2G network, but also build for people in this room who've all got high-speed Wi-Fi's at home.
Absolutely, absolutely. And that's where you say, there are a billion Indias in India, as you said.
Yeah. Ranjit, what would you say?
Yeah, so the most successful apps, if you look at China, Japan, Korea, and all of those, I mean, you guys don't need to necessarily just look towards the West to figure out patterns and app styles and just replicate that. The most successful apps in their specific geographies have been successful because they were close to the audience. They really tested out with the audience really, really well. In India, we have that strength. We have the human capital. You can just walk up to somebody, get feedback. It's not a costly process, right? So please stay very, very close to your audience, your target segments, interact with them. You do not need to make costly mistakes. You can show paper prototypes to them and still get feedback as to what building out is right or not. So use that to your advantage. Our understanding of the Indian market, the Indian psyche is what is going to get us to kind of build out phenomenal apps. So let's not forego that. The second element is something that I see a lot of fundamental apps make mistakes on is the way that they kind of onboard users, and that's something that is a very technical aspect, but then something that I think a lot of app developers probably struggle with. I do believe that you need to kind of innovate there. You need to probably have staggered approaches for different audience, different users out there in India. Like you said, the billion Indias within India, each of them are familiar with a few design patterns. Some of them are just exposed to WhatsApp. Somebody is probably exposed to higher level apps. You don't need to have the same first-time user experience for every single user. So play around with that and have a more seamless experience when they are interacting with your app for the first time. Because that's the first time that you make them feel confident about interacting with your app, and the delight also kicks in. So that first session, make it delightful.
So two broad takeaways that I'm taking away here is the first is understand your consumer, whether it's by using data, the way Puneet and you talked about, whether it's by product managers going into the field and talking to people on the ground. And the second thing, of course, Mark, the best statement that you made, believe in India. Guys, there's a lot to happen. Thank you, all of you, for being here. Thank you for sharing all the inspirational stuff. I'm sure the developers here will be happy to replicate a lot of this. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Karan and the panelists for our insightful discussion. Well, we have come to the end for the first half of our program, and we will now break for lunch. Before we head off, the registrations for consultation zones are still open. You can register for a slot at the consulting sign-up counter. Well, there are only limited slots per session, so remember to head over during lunch session. Please also take some time to give us your feedback on the morning program, and the feedback forms are inside the notebook which has been placed and given to you. You can drop your feedback forms before you leave, even right before you get in as well. Please make sure you can drop all the feedback forms before you leave the event to get your gift packs. Session and have a good networking lunch. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, requesting a small little request for all of y'all, requesting all of y'all to kindly occupy the chairs onto the right-hand side of the stage. I repeat, requesting all of y'all to kindly occupy the seats onto your right, and please do not leave any seat empty. Well, this afternoon's session will begin with Amrit Sanjeev, developer advocate at Google, well, who will be sharing what's new in Android. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Amrit Sanjeev.
Thank you, everyone. I know, right after lunch, you guys are all settled in. I will not let you sleep. I'm going to be really loud. And we're going to talk about Android for the next 30 minutes. Android O, to be specific. What I want to do in the next 30 minutes is not to cover a comprehensive list of things that we actually released in this version, but to highlight a few things that you might want to grab your attention as changes that might break your apps or changes where you might need to adapt your apps to, and also some of the new features. So 2 buckets of information, things that you should take attention towards when you're running for compatibility tests, and the new features that are released in this version so that you could actually augment to the experience that you already have on your apps. Let me dive into it. Timelines-wise, if you haven't started testing on O, you should scramble up, really start doing this now, because as per the timeline, the versions have been released, the final APIs are out there. This is a good time for you to start testing against it and start building for the next features, so that when the final release is out, and users upgrade their devices, your apps work as expected. So from a developer priority perspective, you need to do it in this order. You want to start with compatibility. So in compatibility, what you really need to do is to check how your app is running against a new version of the OS. Is everything running as expected? There are some changes that I'll talk in the further slides, which you might want to take a deeper look at to understand whether that's affecting your code base, and you're working towards it. But you're not targeting O at this level. You're just ensuring that if somebody upgrades, your existing app works as intended. Once you've done that, the next phase would be building for O. That's where you want to add the new features that we've released. That's where you want to target to O. So do it in this order. Don't do it together. Don't do it like where half of compatibility is done and half new features are out there. That might lead to your app stability going down. So follow this order in which you want to update your apps. Let's dive deep into it. The first things, the things that you might want to kind of look at and seriously deep dive into, look at your code, analyze the behavior of your app, and ensure that nothing breaks. First one I want to call out is notifications. This is something all of us have in our applications. Is there any app that does not use notifications here? One hand out of this whole audience raised it. I hope you start using it. This is a good way of engaging your users. But again, when the team looked at it, there were three things that the team actually evaluated. One was attention-based sorting. From a user's perspective, you need to show the notification that's most relevant to the user at the highest importance. That's one thing. The second one is add a visual stability, and third is in terms of animations and things like that, so that user experience continuously improves further. But the thing that you want to kind of be sure of is to use notification channels. Notification channels basically, let me call out a scenario. All of us have apps on our device, and we get a lot of notifications from these developers. Some of them are not very relevant for us. Some of them are very relevant. It could be a bank app which says offers on personal loans. It could be that they also have a security update. But regularly, if you're getting this personal loan or a change in interest rate and things like that, and you say that, oh, I don't want to listen to any of the notifications, you will also end up missing the security update or a phishing or a fraud detection or something which needs your urgent attention. You might miss that notification too. But with notification channels, what developers could do is to bucket their types of notification into different channels, and then the user can specify properties on this channel. I could say that I don't want to get any of the marketing messages. I want to get all the security updates, if there are two buckets like that decided. So that gives a lot more control to the user. The user can also say, I don't want to listen to any of the notifications, or I want to see all the notifications from this app. But this avoids the problem of the common notifications that you would actually put out, which certain users don't like, then removing the entire channel altogether. They say that, okay, I don't want any notification from this app anymore. Note, with channels, you have finer control over this. The other thing to note is, if you don't use notification channels and you target O, your notifications won't come up by default. So this will break notification system if you've built one and you don't add channels to it. So that's something that you got to think of. The second one is in terms of the attention-based sorting that I talked about. Now, any ongoing activity would be actually in O would be sorted the highest. So that needs the most amount of attention. It could be something like a foreground service that's happening right now, a call that is continuing, a media player that is running. These will have the highest priority and they'll come the highest. Then it would be things like person-to-person communication, your chats, things like that would come next. Then you have general information, general notifications under that. And the last one would be just informational notification, which would be like file download completed, things like that. That would be sorted the last. So you want to kind of specify appropriately what your notification type is like too. In O, there's one more feature called dots or badges. We call it dots. It allows developers to kind of show the notifications, if the launcher allows it, as a dot on in the app icon. So when you long press the app icon, all the top non-action notifications are shown as a dialog. Like the shortcuts that you had in N, if you would long press, you get the shortcuts in the app, right? Very similarly, you also get the unactioned notification up there. This avoids your notifications being shown along with everything else, but this requires the launcher also to support it. But this is a good feature to add to your app, so that you can actually specify those notifications and the action comes in, because on the icon you'll have a dot signifying there's some action that you might want to take. So that's something that you want to think about notifications. Quickly looking, this is one area where everybody wanted to put a lot of attention, background limits or background and location limits. These were two areas where Android developers really had to change some of the code to fix or to make their apps work around the same way as they did earlier. In O, if your app is in the background, then it cannot start and run a service in the background. A foreground app can do it, and the intermittent state of somebody starting in the foreground, when the app is in the foreground, you started a background service, and then the app closed, doesn't mean that your service gets killed immediately. For a couple of minutes, it's allowed to run, and after that, it gets killed. You cannot infinitely run background services, and this was done primarily to kind of keep battery life of devices in check. Because every app or a lot of the apps are doing a lot of work in the background. These consume battery, resources, not only in form of battery, also in form of RAM. All of these are consumed by these background processes. Now, that doesn't mean you can run anything in background. You have to run it as a foreground service. So if your app does not, if your app requires to do something without having it on foreground, you need to run a foreground service rather than a background service. What it does is it will put a notification informing the user that, hey, this is happening. If you would look at maps today, Google Maps, and you start a navigation, you will see a foreground service, and that the location tracking is based on a foreground service, and that that notification will remain throughout. A green notification will be there in your notification tray all the time. The second one that I want to call out is on broadcast limits. There is only a set of broadcasts that are allowed in O. Basically, anything outside of that, whatever you declare in your manifest, the ones which are most commonly going to affect you, network, state change, listener. Read SMS. You won't get these broadcasts anymore in O. And this will break. If you look into read SMS, there's another API called SMS Retriever that you should use in order to kind of get the same functionality of reading an OTP, but that will also allow you to read without having SMS permission granted. Only that OTP message will be allowed, the app will be only allowed to read that particular OTP message using the SMS Retriever API. So there are changes, but there's also workarounds or alternate APIs that you should use in order to solve this. So if you have OTP and using read SMS API, if you run it on O, you're not going to get that particular broadcast so that you have the trigger to start fetching from the SMS. You have to use the SMS Retriever API to move around it. Location also has certain limitations. In background, location, basically, you're only going to get updates only a couple of times an hour. And you need a trail of the location. Instead of requesting every single time, what you might want to do is to use the bashed API, which will give you a list of the known or tracked locations over a period of time. And that will allow you to maybe trace the user's path and things like that. When you want to do that, you want to use the batch location API. You also want to kind of use geofencing API in conjunction with location, the fused location provider, to kind of work around this limitation of having it coming up only a few times. There are a few recipes that we'll be publishing, and you can take a look at that and understand that in more detail. When it comes to location, you can also get location from a foreground service. If you're running it as foreground service, there's no difference. It runs in as it is running on API 25. So no difference would be there. But when you're doing it in background, then you have this limitation coming in. Geofencing has certain time limits changed right now, which makes it 10 times more efficient. But instead of a couple of hundred milliseconds, it's now about 2 minutes is when it actually gets updated, roughly around that. So it has become efficient, but at the same time, it'll take a little more time to kind of update users to you. Update the events to you. And from a sensors perspective, we've done a lot of work in O for that. We have dynamic sensors this time, which allows you to add external sensors to your device and read it, and your apps can read it natively. You might want to add an environmental sensor to your device, and then your apps can read this natively, and there's a lot of standardization on the interface that has happened with respect to dynamic sensors. Direct sensors for virtual reality applications, that's something that has happened here. The calibration algorithms for contextual APIs have been improved. There's a lot of machine learning models that were applied on it to kind of make it more relevant. Earlier, situations like, oh, I was driving, then the car stopped, it might detect it as me walking, or car's really slow, it detect me walking, and things like that, are now avoided, and a lot more realistic perspective of it is actually shown due to the machine learning models that were applied on it. And again, some of the low latency body detector APIs are there. And there's something called as Android Sensor Hub. How many of you guys know about this? Just a show of hands. Very few? Okay. In a lot of times, in Android, one of the things that has happened is there's a new chip that is added to the whole stack, which kind of does the sensor management. It's not run on the main application chip, but on something smaller, which is more power efficient and can run more frequently. And that is what is supplying all the sensor data back. So this is something that allows a lot of new and faster tracking of information. Like watches like this can track every push-up that you take or every bicep curl that you do. It can actually track accurately because it can get that movement and learn much faster the patterns. And they are very power efficient because of that. You should read up on that. We have a whole page on the documentation on DAC about it, developer.android.com. And that is a pretty interesting thing to exploit on. When it comes to support library, one of the major changes that has been done with the 26th release is that the minimum SDK supported, or the minimum API level supported, has been moved up to 14. If you have apps that support before that, yes, this might be something that you want to take care of. But if you update to the latest, the advantage of doing that is you have 1.4K less methods from a method count that gets added. Because you use a support library, the amount of methods that get added to your DEX limit, or your ever-approaching DEX limit, if you're not multi-dexed yet, this reduces by 1.4K again, and a lot more classes can be removed with this particular level that is updated. We also have a Maven repository, a new Google Maven that we've added. This means that every time we update the we update the support library, you don't have to download the entire support library to a local Maven, which was the case before. Now you can add like one Maven line, and the Gradle, it will automatically, while you're compiling, it will automatically fetch the changes for you. Again, an issue tracker is there for reporting issues and interacting and getting data much faster. So if you find issues with Play services, libraries, or the support library, please actually add it to the issue tracker. Don't assume that everybody knows it, because adding priority to a particular bug helps us also prioritize. So a lot of times developers know a bug, then they go check the tracker, they see, oh, this bug is already filed, and they leave it at that. But add a comment to it, because the more people say that this is a problem, the more importance that it gives us data to understand that it's more important. So use the issue tracker to track any issues that you find while you're actually working with these libraries. Support library also has things like XML font, downloadable fonts. This is a really cool feature that we've added. It has the entire Google Fonts catalog as a font provider, which means 800 fonts without you access to 800 fonts without you bundling it down into your app. Which means if you are actually using a font which is there on Google fonts, you can actually specify, and a font provider will fetch that information and show it to you. This has two advantages. One, your app is not bundling that information, so your app size reduces. So you have 5 fonts, each 500K, that's 2.5 MB. You can remove that 2.5 MB out of your app. Secondly, the fonts provider, if you have 5 apps which all use 5 of these fonts, all of the 5 apps will load these fonts into memory, which means more memory is used. 5 copies of the same font gets loaded into memory. When you use the fonts provider, only 1 copy is shared. So the amount of data that the user downloads reduces. One time the font is available, that's shared across all the applications, which means the memory footprint is lesser, so the entire system actually runs much better. Because of all these reasons, this is something that is, and it's again all the way backward compatible to 14, so you should take advantage of it today. Emoji compatibility library. This is very interesting one. A lot of times you've seen this tofu, which is basically this square box with an X on it. They call it tofu. I don't know the rationale for it, but it's a nice name. Let it be that. That's basically because of font. So basically the emoji is not supported by the platform at that point. And the emoji font file is actually part of the OS, or it's part of the build. So it can't be updated dynamically. Now with the emoji compatibility library, what happens is, the way it checks is that when a particular Unicode is passed for that emoji, it checks in the system emoji font, and if it's not available, it'll actually look at the compatibility font and then actually show. So that way you can dynamically update it, or the system can dynamically update newer supported emojis, and less of tofus will start coming on the screen. Auto text view, auto-sizing text views. This was third-party libraries a lot of us have used, where third-party libraries did this work. Now it's part of this support library, which means you should use that and then remove the third-party so that your method count as well as your library dependencies reduce. This allows for your characters or the text to be sized according to the size of the text view. So if you're supporting multiple densities, multiple screen sizes from a TV down to a phone, then this kind of helps you automatically scale it to the right way. this is quite useful. A lot of times people have used third-party libraries for this, and now we've just added it into support. So if you're using it, see whether you can replace it with the support so that you reduce the method count for it. With that, let me jump onto some of the new stuff that is actually added. The adaptive icons. So if you have a global app which supports a lot of launchers, what happens is each of these launchers have their own type of icon configuration. Like some of them are square, some of them are rounded, some of them are rounded edges. So what happens is a lot of times in order to be like everybody else in the system, these font files have to be added to your app. And then appropriate fonts have to be, appropriate launch icons have to be shown based on the launcher. With O, one of the things that happens is you can actually provide the background and the foreground assets, and then a mask is applied by the launcher so that it would look consistent across, consistent with the launcher's specifications. So that way, your icon specification, one specification can be given, and that can be used by and added, the mask can be added by the launcher, and then have consistent specs coming out for all the icons that are there, all the icons that are there for the apps. So this is one, and you can also add behavior to it to show, like the one I've shown here, it moving a bit or pulsating, things like that can be added in order to express or bring attention to the user, attention of the user. Pinning shortcuts is another thing. Like you had shortcuts in N where you long press the icon and you get a list of shortcuts. Pinning shortcuts is basically a quick way to go to a task by adding an icon to the screen. So when you actually click on adding on a pinned shortcut, what it does is it launches the app into the task that you want. Basically a shortcut, you don't have to long press and select the shortcut. You can take the pinned shortcut icon and click on and directly launch the app from there. So this kind of helps you do things much faster. Picture-in-picture, again, now supported on the platform. This allows you to kind of resume or continue your video playback. That's a classic example. You see it in YouTube, where video playback, where another activity is there in the background for you to work with. So you can actually show picture-in-picture sort of a mode. It was there in Android TV earlier, where when somebody could browse the channel, the current playing channel would actually show as a smaller picture on the TV interface. The same thing can be done in tablets or phones starting now. When you look at multiple windows, in Android O, one of the things that if you have multiple displays, your app can select to use both of it, or you can move your display from one window to the other. It allows you to use both screens more effectively, but thing to remember there is only one of the activities is going to be in the resumed state. It's not running two activities parallelly. No, that never happens. It is just one activity running, but two displays can be used more effectively. And color management, those who are actually working with photography apps or video reproduction or anything that has to do with accuracy of color, now there's a wider gamut of colors that are actually supported. And there's a whole talk on it at I/O that you should actually watch if you want to get the details of this. This is really interesting stuff. Roman had actually talked about this one. The whole video, it's a good watch if you want to take time on that. I talked about picture-in-picture earlier, so let me move on. Autofill framework. There's a lot of times when typing on a small screen is cumbersome. You're in a moving vehicle, and you're going through a bad patch of road. You won't be able to type in your email ID or password properly with a small screen. That's where a lot of these apps, in scenarios where you're logging in, where your email is typed in, or your credit card number is typed in, those sort of things are places where you wanted autofill to happen, where the forms can be autofilled by. So now there's an autofill framework where your apps can take advantage of by providing hints and asking it to fill, or you can write application using these APIs to behave as the app that actually stores the information, basically provide as an autofill provider. So earlier autofill providers used to take the permission of write on screen and then write on top of screens and things like that. You don't really need to do it. A much more secure and better performing way, better performance is attained through the new APIs that are there. So you could actually use this. When it comes to animations, there's a lot of emphasis given on natural motion. And there's the physics, there are two basic ones that are there, like spring and spring-based one, and also the bounce. So there are two ones that are actually, two animations that are given in the first set, but a lot of it is actually physics, real-world physics-based. So things will actually behave more, the animations will look more natural if you apply on that using these animation libraries when you actually do it. And again, it's part of support, so you can actually get it backward compatible again. Media. Media apps have a lot of new things that are there. They have metrics which get codec duration, all these things. They have better playback, better seeking. There's improvements in all these spaces. In recording, instead of locking down to one track, one audio track and one video track, now you can add multiple tracks using an add track call. Multiple tracks to your audio, multiple tracks, you can mix stuff. So all these new features are there in the API. This is something that you should explore, and this opens up a lot of possibility to create new types of apps and new experiences on existing apps, new features that earlier were very difficult to kind of come with. And, and also these metadata tracks that are supported. So all these things are going to help you increment the experience that you already have on your apps. With web, one of the areas where people want a lot more help. I've heard a lot of people complaining about this, but WebView has a couple of new APIs. One of them is a version API. Basically, you can query the version of WebView that you are going to run your code on, and then decide to run differently or take a different code path. So the version API will allow you to get that information there. Then Google Safe Browsing is there, which when you add a line to the meta tag, what happens is it will check against the Google APIs whether it's safe to kind of take the user to that site that you're requesting the web view to load. So that is something that you might want to turn on your applications to avoid any phishing and stuff, any fraudulent activity, because there's a web view on that. And then there is termination handler. This is really cool because there's a renderer and this is a multiprocess, the new one is multiprocess enabled. What happens is, if your renderer crashes, that crash gets propagated to your app and your app crashes at times. Termination handler allows you to capture those information in terms of low memory crashes, or just because of low memory or render thread being removed by the system, or render thread crashing itself. Those sort of situations can be handled with using the render thread API and not allow that error to propagate back and crash to your app. So you might react to it. You can also set process priority to the threads or the multiprocess one, so that you decide which one gets more priority on your screen. And if your web view is not of that priority, you want to reduce that priority down. So those are some of the things that you want to do with the web view part of it. This helps you kind of improve stability of your app and also ensures that you have a lot more, the user has a consistent experience even when he is actually using a low-end device, even when it's low-end device, or it's actually browsing to sites which you're not very comfortable with or not very sure about. The this safe browsing API will help. Your version API will allow you to kind of fragment. I mean, if there's a fragmentation that you see and you find a difference, I mean, you want to run different code for a different different version of WebView, use the API for doing that. And with that, let me come to the last slide, where the contextual experiences. You have Wi-Fi Aware, which is a new platform which allows you to kind of discover devices around you, discover and connect, and you don't really need an APN point for this. That's the best part of it. So these devices, like, it could be that I have some file that I have on a device. I could just share it with some of my friends here by just discovering the device and sharing it directly. I don't really need to be connected to a common VPN, a common APN or anything. You can use this and share information that way. The second one is in nearby connections, the semantic type support. That's useful when you're dealing with IoT and experiences with respect to contextual experiences. It really helps you kind of work with it, avoiding all the complexity under the hood. And one of the things I would really want to call out is the awareness API, which is drastically improved. You really want to kind of go back and try it one more time if you have left it earlier, because there's a lot of algorithm changes that has happened, and its detection is much better. And it also has newer types of activities detected. Like this watch, for instance, basically detects walking, running, push-ups, sit-ups, all these exercises it is able to detect accurately. And basically, this is all improvements in the API. So you might want to kind of see whether that is going to add experiences to your application. I know I talked a lot about a lot of things, and this is by no means a comprehensive list like I mentioned before. But these are some of the things that you might want to kind of look at in order to kind of improve the experience that you have. And don't forget to run the compatibility tests right now, this week, or for a couple of weeks before or a couple of weeks till the final release is out, because that's really important that you test your apps against the latest build and see that experience, like the background limits, the broadcast, location. These are all areas where you might have to rewrite some part of your code, and that is something that you want a little bit of time to think through the algorithms, think through it, and test the behavior changes. So don't wait till the final version of the OS is out there and users start complaining. With that, I'll close. Thank you.
Thank you, Amrit. Thank you so much. With that, if you have any questions directed to Amrit, he is available at Consultation Zone B. I repeat, he's going to be available at Consultation Zone B. All right, please sign up for a slot if you have not yet been done so. Well, millions of new internet users will be coming online for the first time in the near future. In the next session, you learn best practices about designing products and experiences for constrained connectivity contests. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Muziam Mukhtar.
Hello, everybody. How are you feeling? How's the day so far? Awesome. I'm excited, and we are actually really excited that all of you are here. I'm a researcher. I spend a lot of my time being in the field, observing people, seeing how they utilize our apps and how they make use of these Android apps that we are building. I'm today also representing two of my colleagues, Tracy and Garen, who most recently worked on YouTube Go, which is a separate YouTube app built specifically for new internet users in countries like India. And if you are looking out to build apps that really work very well for such users, people who are coming online for the first time, this talk is going to be really helpful to you, and we are glad that you are here. Well, the reality of today's internet is that most of its growth is happening here in India, year over year. 2 billion new internet users have come online in just past 15 years, mainly from countries like India. And for almost all of them, their exposure to technology has been purely on mobile phones, not desktops. And most don't even have access to desktops. These phones are cheaper, slower, and aren't always up to date. The internet is relatively a new concept to them. It's expensive, it's slow, and it's intermittent. And rarely they ever get a chance to use Wi-Fi. So, while universally we are all human beings, we might have had different experiences in life, we might have lived in different cultures, different contexts, but what we believe at Google is that we can do a far better job at designing experiences that addresses different constraints, different technical know-hows, and different mental models. Over the past few years, Google has spent a lot in understanding how to approach these challenges. And we are excited to share our framework that we use within the company to think about this. This framework helps us to make really usable and useful products, engaging products. We will walk through two important factors today and will provide you really clear, simple, focused tips that you can straight away apply on your products. Let's start. We'll start with a usable bucket, and which focuses on a very simple but most important question. Can your product be used? The three important concepts in that are cost, connectivity, and compatibility. First, cost. Here is a comparison. For 1 gigabyte of data that, that users use in US, you would have to work a little over 20 minutes. To afford the same in India, people work around 12 hours to afford the same. And typically, it's going to be a flaky connection. This is changing from past few months, but typically for these users, data is much harder to come by. And for that reason, people really value each MB that they spend. Of course, we know in India that people are using prepaid data. Prepaid is where people do not have to really commit to an ongoing plan. People are buying denominations based on what they can afford and what they foresee as actually needing. Therefore, they almost like budget it out as they find it's necessary. Data is money for these people. Well, what about Wi-Fi? So we know Wi-Fi is really rarely connected to because it's not accessible, it's not available. Globally, there is one Wi-Fi hotspot for every 150 people. And in India, it's a lot higher. That means one hotspot per 3,900 people. So in order to meet the global average, we will have to install 8 million more hotspots throughout the country. The point here is that public Wi-Fi is rare, making data that much more precious, that much more expensive. You might now be thinking about Wi-Fi at home. Do you know how many people really have a broadband internet at homes? Yeah, it's really, really less. It's 1.6% of the entire population is subscribed to fixed-line broadband internet. Therefore, these people, if they're actually accessing internet at home, they are using mobile data. In short, internet is expensive, and internet is rarely available. So here is our first tip for cost. For data-heavy tasks, provide transparency and control over data consumption. The example on the right is from Google YouTube Go app. In order to, after selecting the video, users are given the control to select their quality, what quality of the video they want to watch, so they see know upfront how much they're going to be spending before they actually commit on an action. And we say specifically for data-heavy tasks because this transparency definitely is not that important for smaller amounts, negligible amounts like 10 KB or so. The second topic in the usable bucket is about connectivity. Of course, we know that these people who are coming online for the first time often have really slower speeds. They use cheaper 2G, cheaper 3G connections. What is also important to know that according to one of the studies, we figured out that the range of 3G network calls succeed only 65 to 80% of the times. Crucial that most of us who are trying to build these apps, we have to acknowledge and embrace intermittency. That means flakiness. Designers, as we develop and work with developers and design various states, we are familiar with that. We understand online, which is a very idle state. We also design for partially loaded states and error states. A typical design, things like it is thought through as we are moving from one online state to another online state to another online state. Often we also design for error. Very hardly we consider slow, flaky connections. So when thinking about designing for slow, flaky connections, we have added few more states to make it more comprehensive. So while historically it is, we know that only online is idle, now offline is idle too. In addition to showing loading in progress, we want to differentiate between loading started and then the progress, then it is progressing. On top of this, we also have to take account of no online content. As we know that assuming the app will be used in offline usage, we have to take account of times when we really don't have any content to show. So instead, we might actually look like this. We have no offline content. We start with that. Loading starts. Content is partially loaded. And then we have a fully rich online state. And we definitely consider offline as premium as online. So accounting for each step, we are resilient for these slow and flaky connections. We have thought through at each step. Here is an example. This is our first step for connectivity. Expect latency by designing offline, design for the loading retries, success experiences, make great connectivity as your edge case. That means designing for the slow internet speed is your primary use case. Example from Chrome has added a feature that downloads a page late. It allows you to download the page later, allowing that state to be far richer. Another example is from search itself. If you search without internet, intentionally or unintentionally, search will tell you, it will give you a notification when the result is ready. Here, also, the second tip for connectivity is allow offline usage. That means that offline mode, people can use in offline modes. It helps keep the information available when the data is off. We, of course, know how Google Maps helps navigate the users when they are not connected to internet. The final component to usability is compatibility. Often very technical about OSs and hardware, which is, of course, really, really relevant. Here, we will only focus on the design implications and how we have to consider compatibility of devices. Half of smartphones in India are really low-end, below $100, and sometimes even cheaper. As you can imagine, the hardware is not as premium. They're not as great as the premium devices that many of us here use. Screen resolutions are bad. Also, contrast is really bad. Touch feedback is worse. We're using slower processors, so working with the developers to figure out how best can we design for that. On top of that, many of these people's first phones are secondhand. That means phones are expensive for them, and they're using someone else's phones or also broken phones. All of these contribute to an ecosystem that we have to take care of and pay attention to every time that we are designing for such devices. Here's a tip for compatibility. So basically, support screen rotation. That means allow users to use your app in both the orientations. That way you will have different button placements, and user can use your app even on broken phones. Material design, of course, gives you a lot of affordances, a lot of different various button options. Choose the one that are most relevant for these type of devices and these type of mental models, people's mental models. What we have also learned from field, like with being with users, we have understood that buttons with the border or little drop shadows, they seem to work far better than plain text. Here is our first tip for compatibility. Design larger, clearer, farther apart affordances. So, example here is from YouTube Go app. The buttons are big, high contrast. Also, what we have understood is pairing of icon and the text helps people to understand what the affordance is all about. They can remember it. Think of each of these items to work as compensating with each other. In a way that if there is any, anything get lost in translation, they can support each other. So now we will move to the next bucket, that is useful. Useful means, is your app, is your product valuable? Is it really meeting the needs of the user? Is it of a good use? In this, we cover three main topics: culture, content, and commerce. Culture. Culture is the way we do things here. It manifests in different variety of ways, but for today, for the time purposes, we are going to concentrate on one aspect, that's information density. These images are very, very common sight in India, very dense signages. The point here is that what is clutter and not simple, clean design could be actually preference to others. And while we see these differences, they can be really overwhelming, but let's embrace these differences. Here is our first tip. Show breadth of everything that is on your product. Do not assume a mental model and end up skipping details. Here is an example from Google search. It actually helps you discover various categories, gives you facts like current weather, maybe news, before actually worrying about writing. For some of these new internet users, writing is added efforts, and it can be really hard also to do it on small mobile devices. Another example is UC browser. It has a lot of bookmarks and app launchers front and center. The line between density and clutter is a very tricky one. Balance the meaningfulness and hierarchy with the local aesthetics. That's our next tip. Don't westernize everything. Make sure that you are using local aesthetics. This way, your product will be more relatable, it may also make people realize that you care and pay attention to cultural aesthetics. A great example is Google Allo stickers. These stickers are downloadable packages that you can use while you're chatting. Not only can you see that there is a lot of local aesthetics in it, but also common phrases that they are using. Okay, let's move on. The content is our next important bucket in the useful part. One way content manifests is language. So the stats on the English language are really sometimes unreliable. We say that we have 30% of population in India that can speak and also speak English, while as 1/3 of it is what actually people can read and write. So it's about 10% overall. Interesting stat to consider besides this is that a lot of people, a lot of these new internet users are using Android OS in English, despite it not being their first language, despite them not being able to read and write so well. So what we need to do is we need to make our English UI also really simple. First tip for that, use short, simple, and a very direct English so that you have maximum clarity. With that, we also want to say that there is an example that we have given where it's an example which we should not be doing. Past YouTube onboard flow, there is a word awesomeness. Basically, awesomeness does not mean awesome or great for many of the vernaculars in India. Second tip would be to speak the language. Offer regional languages. English does not work at many places. Make language switching easy. Example from search itself, you have English and Hindi side by side. Other thing that we have learned also is among these new internet users, they rely a lot on sharing of information. And what here you see is on the YouTube Go, we have clear share affordance, center and underneath the video with the title. It's easy to discover, and once you realize you want to share your content, you can click on this and share the content with the user. Another thing that you could do is, here is another manifestation of the same, how you can encourage sharing of experiences is by peer-to-peer sharing feature. On YouTube Go, we have a way to allow people to share videos. It's a social currency, basically, to any friend with a really minimum use of data. Final component in useful is commerce. Economies and the mental models around money are really, really different. And there are different forms of payment that we all also know. For design, we need to understand one very important aspect, and that's a discussion that I would have wanted to have with some of you, is about the sachet model of consumption. People often buy small packages, say in shampoos and detergents, so they're low cost, they're easily accessible, and basically it's about trying an experience a little by little. That's essential, especially when people don't know what the product does or what the product is useful for them. Is it useful or not? So what's the tip for that? Here is our tip. Allow people to try and see before they buy. Provide the taste of the experience. And here, the example here is Flipkart. Flipkart heavily invests in apps as well as in its web app. People can see what Flipkart is like after downloading, before downloading the app. Basically what they do is these users can go online and feel the experience before they actually commit on using the mobile data, battery, and storage space on their phones. Another very good example is YouTube Go, when people can click on the video, they see a preview, they get an understanding of what the video is about before they commit on the mobile data to download. Remember that my data is really like money. Another tip for commerce is support alternate billing. Less than 2% of India's population uses credit cards. It's really important to figure out ways that we can support local forms of payment. Here is an example from the World Cricket Championship app, which is a really famous, popular gaming app in India. It allows you to pay from your cellular deposit. So like in India itself, we have so many people coming online every year. Let's not forget, while we are humans, our context, cultures, and constraints are different. We have to design for all of those different experiences. Thank you so much for following along with me when we saw how we can make products more usable and useful by these simple tips. One last piece of advice, if I had to give you other than to follow this framework, would be to listen to your users. Meet them in personal conversations, spend time with them, be in their, observe how they use things. Also, get feedback on your product and ask the question why, and therefore make sense out of that and apply it to your products. Thank you. Okay, one last thing. This framework is a little bigger than what I showed you today. There are a lot more tips. I would encourage you to go to, it's published at the ACM Interactions. There's a link there. Also, you can go to the link developers.google.com/billions. We constantly keep it updated. And I'm also available at the consultation zone. I am happy to answer any questions, any discussions that you would like to have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ayub. Thank you so much. Well, if you have any further questions on this topic, head over to the consultation zone counter to register for a design consultation where Ms. Ayub will be answering your queries. This leads us to our next equally insightful session. Olga Voronina and Johannes Tonolo from the Play Console team will be sharing about the new and existing tools to help you understand your technical performances, understand how to optimize your battery usage, screen rendering, usability, and much more.
Thank you so much. I'm Olga. I'm a program manager on Google Play.
Hi, and I'm Johannes, user experience designer, also working on Google Play. Great, so we're super excited to be here. Great to see so many faces. Hello, everybody, to the overflow room as well. So today we're going to take some time to see how the Play Console can actually help you create amazing apps that can really engage your users and allow you to achieve a great user experience and retention. So in order to do that, we will reveal 10 secrets for you to optimize your apps for a stellar user retention. All right, so to do that, we're first going to take a look at app performance, and that will be something that also Dario and George will tackle right after this talk, so there will be more information around that. We will explain why it matters and why it matters to you and your users. We will also take a look at how you can achieve better performance throughout the entire life cycle of your app. So we start with before you launch, why you're going live, and then once you're live, how to understand the data that you get and how to iterate upon the next version. And finally, we will take a look at rewards and look at how Play is going to reward you for focusing on app excellence and technical quality. Right, so why focusing on performance in the first place? Why is technical quality so important? The reason is quite simple. There are over 1 million apps out there if you look at the whole ecosystem. And some people say there's an app for everything. But the truth is, there isn't a great performing app for everything. And that can become a great differentiator for you. So if you look at it, users try different apps. They install it, and they will stick to the one with the highest quality, the one that doesn't crash, that doesn't stutter, that doesn't eat up all your battery. And that's precisely the reason why building high-performing apps is so critical for user retention. So for you as app developer, app performance and technical quality can become a big differentiator against other apps that maybe offer similar functionality. We asked a couple of developers to see what they actually achieved after focusing on app performance and app excellence. And we got this great quote from Buzu. And Buzu is a fantastic language learning app with over 65 million active users worldwide. And they recently made a big investment in performance quality. And because they made it such an integral part of their culture, they managed to bump up their average rating from 4.1 to 4.5, which is quite impressive on that scale. All right, so this was a brief overview about technical performance. I will now hand over to Olga, and she will talk you through how you can use the Play Console to optimize for performance.
Thank you so much, Johannes. So before launch, I'm going to start with pre-launch report. Pre-launch report is essentially a summary of issues that were found with an app while testing on a range of physical Android devices. We launched pre-launch report at Google I/O 2016, so it's been live for slightly over a year. And we feel that it has been helping multiple developers, thousands of developers, make better apps since we launched it. Behind the scenes, pre-launch report is powered by a Firebase Test Lab. Firebase Test Lab is our real-world data center full of Android devices, which you can test your app on. Pre-launch report runs automatically. If you want to run your own custom tests, you can do that by integrating through the Android Studio or integrating with Firebase Test Lab as part of your continuous build. The main purpose of pre-launch report is measuring a stability of a given build. Pre-launch report is the report of a robot crawler testing your app over a certain period of time on a certain number of Android devices. As you can see here, the robot in this particular case has found some crashes. If you would click through pre-launch report in your Play Developer Console, you would see the stack trace, and you would see which devices the crashes has been found on, and you would be able to root cause this crash and fix it. And because pre-launch report runs on all alpha and beta apps uploaded to your Play Console, you can find it under release management. Those are the critical data insights that you get before you push your app to production. And because you can fix the crashes before your app goes to production, your users won't experience a crash and won't leave a 1-star review. Earlier today, my colleague Fergus has shown this slide with some really impressive numbers of the momentum that the pre-launch report had seen since we launched it in a year and a half ago. But there is a different number that I wanted to share with you, the number that to me is even more impressive than these numbers. In 85% of cases when pre-launch report has found a crash, the build was not pushed to production, which means that the users have been spared a crash, and the reviews for the build that has been pushed to production were not 1 stars. To me, this is super impressive. I hope it's impressive to you as well. All right, so we are constantly expanding our real-world data center of Android devices, Firebase Test Lab. Those are the devices that we have added recently. Specifically, I would like to highlight something on the slide, which is a Pixel, which is running Android O preview. So if you use pre-launch report, you can see how your app performs on Android O on a Pixel, and be ready for Android O when it launches later this year. So this was the first secret that I wanted to share with you, pre-launch report with Android O. Let me move on to the next secret I would like to share with you. In addition to constantly beefing up the size of our Firebase Test Lab data center, we're also working on enhancing the functionality of the pre-launch report. When we first launched it at Google I/O 2016, we immediately heard from developers that they really wanted pre-launch report to be able to bypass the login screen, because initially our robot was not able to bypass the login screen, which meant that for a certain number of apps and for a certain number of developers, pre-launch report was not really useful. So we fixed that. Just very recently, we have built a feature that lets you submit test credentials. So if your app uses a login screen, now you can use pre-launch report and benefit from pre-launch report finding any potential crashes in your app before it's pushed to production. The next feature, Fergus touched on it earlier, is new improved intelligent screenshot clustering. So we have put a lot of work into clustering the screenshots and videos that the robot finds when crawling your app in a way that lets you see inconsistencies in the look of your app at a glance. And we support multiple languages, including Hindi. And finally, I'd like to tell you a little bit about the feature of the pre-launch report, which is surfacing security notifications to you about potential privacy leaks and security vulnerabilities. Over a year and a half since we launched pre-launch report, we have added the detection functionality for over 30 vulnerabilities and potential privacy leaks. Obviously, we know that nobody wants to knowingly introduce a vulnerability into the app. But if you are using a third-party library that you don't really have control over, this can be a very good security net. As one of the developers that is using pre-launch report have told us, it's good to have this sense of security, this knowledge of the Google security team working for you. So that was the second secret that I wanted to share with you guys. New functionality in the pre-launch report with the key screens and login support. Okay, so let's say you have run pre-launch report and your build looks perfect, it's ready for production. Now you need to make a very, very important decision. Now you need to decide which devices you're going to be targeting when going live. In the past, finding out which devices to target and actually targeting those devices in Play Developer Console was a little bit of work, let's put it this way. So, and we heard from many developers that the existing device catalog was not very easy to use. So we changed that. We went from a list of devices with checkbox to a fully interactive, very rich device catalog that gives you a full device spec. And we also group similar SKUs that belong together under the same entry. But the functionality of the new device catalog that I like the best is search. You can search by a particular device spec. Like, for example, you can search for only devices that have more than 4 gigs of RAM. And when searching for devices that only have a particular capability about them that you're interested in, you would not only see the grouping of devices, you would also see all the critical metrics of this particular group of devices. You would see how many crashes this group of devices has contributed to so far. You would see what revenue this group of devices has contributed to so far. You would see ratings and reviews and, more importantly, installs. You can save your search and more importantly, you can target your search. And we're not only allowing you to target your search, search as in particular group of devices that you're interested in, we're also allowing you to, apply exclusion rules. Like, for example, if you are developing a game and you're only interested in devices that have enough RAM to support your game flawlessly, you can apply an exclusion rule to a group of devices that does not have enough RAM to support your game. And not only can you do that, because you would see exactly what metrics the group of devices that you are excluding is contributing, you would be able to make this decision intelligently. I'm going to give you another example of when exclusion rules are really great. Let's say you have a hard launch date. You were doing some last-minute tweaks, and when you ran a pre-launch report on your alpha or beta, you have found a crash on a particular type of devices. But you have to launch, right? So you can apply an exclusion rule to a particular, to the devices that are currently crashing, launch, fix your crash, push to production again without the exclusion rule applied. So in addition to developing this really great, I think it's great, new device catalog, we have also redesigned, we have integrated the new device catalog into all aspects of the developer console. So you don't necessarily need to just like look for it. You can go to the device catalog from pretty much any page, from reviews, crashes, pre-launch report, and stats. So that was the third secret that I wanted to share with you, a very, very powerful interactive rich device catalog. Moving on, let's say you have launched. Before, it has been a little bit tedious to wait for the update of the statistics on the Play Developer Console to see how your app is performing following the launch. Our stats were updating every 24 hours. Sometimes they were updating slightly slower than that. And we heard from multiple developers that this particular aspect of working with Play Developer Console was not their favorite. So we changed that. We have built a whole new release dashboard which updates real time. We do have crashes, ratings, and reviews on the release dashboard that are coming in real time. And we have stats that are coming with a very, very slight delay. It's around 2 hours, which is better than once in 24 hours. So by using the release dashboard, you can see if things are going well with your new release, and if for some reason there is something that you need to tweak, you would be able to see it very, very fast and do any fixes if you feel like you need to do a fix very fast. And hopefully not get any one-star reviews. I'm sure you're not going to. So that was the secret number 4, real-time, powerful release dashboard with all the information that you need to keep an eye on when releasing a new build to production. So now you have gone to production, you have released. What do you do now? Rest? Not really. The thing that a lot of developers that we interact with do once they release to production is they try to look into what it is that the users are telling them through the reviews about their app and find things that they can improve to make their apps even better. In 2016, at Google I/O in 2016, we have introduced what we call reviews analysis, which is a machine learning from Google put to work to analyze the reviews that your users are giving you. Let's say if you are a language learning app, you would see topics found by the machine learning bubbling up, topics such as how well your app works offline, or whether users are happy with the language offerings or the quality of the conversation. We had this functionality in English for a year, and then at I/O in May 2017, we added 2 more languages. We added Spanish, which is the second most widely used for reviews language in Google Play, and we added Japanese, which is a very important language in this particular market. I'm going to tell you something, a secret that nobody knows outside my immediate team, but I want to share it with you. I want to tell you that this quarter we are working on adding 2 more languages to reviews analysis, and I would like to invite you to guess which languages we're adding. Does anybody have a guess? Yes, we're adding Hindi and Korean, and I'm very happy and proud to be working with the team in machine learning to make these languages launch in Play Developer Console, and so that you can make use of Google's machine learning. Next, I want to tell you a little bit about interacting with users through reply to review functionality in Google Play Console. We have heard from many developers that the flow of the conversation that we have offered was not ideal, because when the user would update the review that they have wrote initially, you as a developer would lose this review, and you wouldn't know what it is that they were talking about in the beginning of the conversation. So we have added full review history. So now you can have a seamless conversation with your users if you want to have a conversation with them. We actually do encourage you to have your conversations with your users. We do feel like investing in interacting with your users is a good bet, and it's going to pay off for you. And now you can see exactly how much it does pay off. We have analyzed your reviews corpus, and we have added a chart, which we call rating uplift, which shows you exactly how much your rating has changed for the better through interactions with users. And finally, I want to tell you about a new feature that we have just recently rolled out to 100% of developers, which allows you to tell Google if you get a review which is spam. This functionality was available in consumer-facing Google Play Store, but we didn't have it in the console. And I'm very happy to tell you that now, if you see a review which has made it through our automatic spam filters, and you see it in your console, you can report it, and it's going to be reviewed and removed from your console if it doesn't match our posting policy. So that was the 5th secret that I wanted to share with you, powerful reviews management and analysis tools that we offer in your Play console. And now, back to Johannes.
Thanks a lot, Olga. All right, so that is a slide you might have seen earlier in the presentation from Fergus. He announced that already. We're super excited about that. But just to recap, earlier in the talk, we said that app performance, technical quality, app excellence is a major factor for user retention. And that's exactly the reason why we're introducing now the Android Vitals. And that is an initiative by Google to improve the stability and performance of Android devices. Without further ado, I will show a video that will show exactly how Android Vitals work.
Your app's performance is crucial to your users' happiness and your app's success. An internal study of reviews on Google Play found that half of one-star reviews mention stability or crashes. By identifying and fixing issues and bad behaviors, you could see happier users and better ratings, which will also improve your app's discoverability. Introducing Android Vitals. Android Vitals in the Play console gives you new data so you can understand your app's stability, battery usage, and render time on real devices. Stability. Android Vitals include 2 bad behaviors relating to stability: application not responding errors, or ANRs, and crashes. ANRs occur when the application freezes and stops responding to user input for more than 5 seconds. This is usually caused by deadlocks, slowness in UI threads, or background processes. When your app crashes, it can be a frustrating experience for the user, impacting retention and leading to bad reviews. The crash rate will show you the percentage of users experiencing crashes in your app. One way to address stability issues is to run pre-launch reports, which will test your alpha or beta app on physical devices, so you can identify and fix issues before you launch. Battery. Well-behaved apps don't consume battery by keeping the device radio and CPU on unnecessarily. Android Vitals lets you see the metrics for 2 common causes of battery drain: wake-ups and wake-locks. Wake-ups are caused by alarms performing time-based operations that prevent an idle device from sleeping. Wake-locks are when the app has your device working so hard it won't allow it to sleep. For better battery life, you can use job scheduling APIs to schedule asynchronous tasks and specify conditions to maximize efficiency. This is suitable for small tasks like clearing a cache and for large ones like syncing a database to the cloud. Render time. The speed at which your app renders impacts user perception of your app performance. Slow render time or frozen frames lead to bad reviews. Apps that have a render time of 16 milliseconds or reach 60 frames per second produce a silky smooth experience for your users. This is the rate at which users can perceive smooth motion within your app. Therefore, Android Vitals lets you see what percentage of users experienced more than 50% of frames with a render time of greater than 16 milliseconds, so you can provide a smooth experience across all devices. Anything greater than a render time of 700 milliseconds is considered a frozen frame, and at this rate, users consider an app to be unresponsive. Avoid slow render times or frozen frames by using Frame Metrics APIs to measure per interaction frame render times for devices during production. Find out about other features in the Play console and get tips to grow your app or game business with the Playbook app, available on Google Play.
Awesome. So lots of exciting stuff there, also a lot of information. Daria and George will talk about the Android Vitals in more detail right after this talk, so there will be more information then, or more detailed information. To quickly recap, so the Android Vitals reports on 3 major performance areas, which is, it will give you a deeper insights into your stability of your app. That means you will learn more about ANRs and crashes, and as well as how many users are actually impacted by those. The second performance area is rendering, and you will be able to see and compare how you perform, or how your current app is performing against previous apps, APKs, sorry, and also how you perform across multiple Android versions, and also compare it across different devices. And then last but not least, we do report on the wake locks and the wake ups in your app, which have a direct impact on the user's battery. All right, the last secret that we will talk about are rewards, and also how the Android Vitals will impact the rewards and help you get a better visibility in the store. So we learned today that by focusing on app performance and technical quality, you will create a more delightful user experience, which will then lead to a stronger user engagement and as well as a better user retention. So all this related data in your app is defined as the app quality, which has a direct impact on the presence and performance in the store. If we look at promotability of search results, for example, the app play takes in various user signals to determine the app's promotability. For example, if an app often crashes, it may lead to negative reviews, which may lead to a lower average rating and a higher uninstall rate. And all this information can have a negative impact on the promotability of your app. So with Android Vitals, you can now detect those issues early. You can see if an app crashes and see how many are impacted, fix it right away, and that will help you to focus on app performance, which will then lead to a better visibility in the store. Great, the same applies to a new and updated feature collection, and getting featured is great for users because they can see Android's best apps. Plus for you, it's great because it will boost your acquisition. App quality has always been a key factor for these collections, and moving forward, the Android Vitals will have a direct impact on review criteria for these collections. All right, and then finally we got the awards, the Google Play Awards. And these celebrate the achievements of our developer community by recognizing the best apps and games across 12 different categories. And for these awards, we evaluate the app overall design, the app quality, and the user experience. And we now include the Android Vitals to inform whether an app has a strong technical performance as well. All right, so to recap, we covered a lot, and there was lots of information. We looked at the pre-launch report and how you can now preview Android O. We looked at the updates for the pre-launch report with the key screens and the custom logins. You can now target devices. You are able to monitor your recent release with the release dashboard. And you're able to really understand your users in a better way with the reviews analysis. Plus, we then learned about the Android Vitals and how it can monitor your stability, your rendering, and the battery. And finally, we looked at the play incentives and how the Android Vitals will impact those as well. So to recap, by focusing using those 10 Play Console secrets, you will be able to really improve your overall star rating. That will lead to a better user acquisition, and you will be able to have a stellar user retention. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And you can find us in the consultation zone after this talk if you have any questions. Thank you.
Take a look at the links.
Thank you, Olga and Jonas. Well, if you have any more questions from our speakers, well, they are available at the Google Play Console consultation zone. So do sign up for the time slot right away. Let us continue with the momentum, ladies and gentlemen, and it's time for all of you all to welcome our next set of presenters. Please join me to welcome with a big applause, Jessica and Dario from the Play Console team too.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dario. I'm one of the engineering lead on the Play Console team, and I focus on analytics.
Hi, I'm Jokica, or George, and I'm a design lead on the Play Developer Console. We're very happy to be today. So let's get started. Who here wants a 1-star rating? Well, no one's. That's great. They want to hear. So we are here to help you to understand how to avoid them and how to engineer your Android app for success with tools from Android and the Play Console. So today, we are going to cover first and talk about why performance matters and how it affects your user experience. Then we will unveil, we launched on I/O, and as you saw in the video from Johannes' and Olga's presentation about our program for Android Vitals, and then introduce the notion of bad behaviors. Following that, we will deep dive into most prominent performance areas with tools how to detect and how to fix these bad behaviors so you can keep your app in a healthy state and keep your users happy. As you saw today probably in the keynote, we run machine learning on all the English reviews to understand the sentiment of the users giving in the 1-star and 5-star rating. What we discovered is that 50% of the users giving 1-star rating are always complaining about stability and bugs, while 60% of the users giving 5-star rating, they praise speed, design, and usability. It's not about the reviews. For example, the Fish Games, the developer, Big Fish Games, the developer of the Dungeon Boss, they focus on load times and the RAM use to improve their 30-day retention of the users. At Google, we are obsessed with the quality of our Android platform and the apps you are building on it. So historically, since 2012, with Jelly Bean, we introduced the Project Butter for better app responsiveness. Then with Android Marshmallow, we introduced Android Dose and app stability. App standby. Then with Android Nougat, we launched a new graphic APIs with the Vulkan APIs. And finally, with Android O, we have a better battery efficiency and RAM management. We have spent a ton of time to understand what metrics contribute to our performance, and we are going to talk about those today. So we launched on I/O this year Android Vitals. Android Vitals is an initiative by Google to improve the stability and performance of devices. You just saw a video about Android Vitals, so no need for me to repeat in a lot of details. And we are going to talk about 3 major performance areas, which is stability, which make your app robust and reliable. That means less crashes and less app freezes. Then we're going to talk about battery, meaning the primary concern is not to use the battery excessively. For example, preventing actions like keeping the radio or CPU active when not necessary. And we're going to focus on rendering, how to achieve that smooth and silky experience for your users. For example, if you have a lot going on in the UI thread, how to move those activities in some background thread and hit those frame rates in time. So now that we know these 3 areas, let me introduce you to the notion of the bad behaviors. So this is the challenge to make each metric in this performance area actionable. What makes a good app, right? So assessing this is very hard, and we spend lots of time to come up with metrics that you can take action on. Dario will deep dive later on in these metrics. And what are bad behaviors exactly? Bad behaviors are application habits that have a significant and lasting impact on device performance and user experience. Today we'll cover 6 of those. So without any further ado, probably you already know, if you go to the Play console and open the Play console, you can see a new section called Android Vitals. And I will hand it over to Dario to introduce the first 4 bad behaviors.
Thanks, George. You done? Yes, okay. So this is how the Android Vitals dashboard look like. We will go into detail of each section of the Android dashboard. One thing that I want to mention before moving on, the data coming here are coming from 1 million of Android users that have opted in to share diagnostic information with Google and with you developers. And also it comes for free to you. You don't need to install any SDK in your app. These data are collected at the operating system level, and shipped to you directly via the Play console. As we will see, also, if you are performing particularly poorly in certain areas, the Android Vitals dashboard will let you know that by showing some red exclamation marks, by highlighting it. So these are the three areas: stability, battery, and rendering. Before moving on, let me mention something about the volume of the reports that we improved during Android Vitals. So previously, you would have only received crashes or ANR reports if a user explicitly acknowledged a dialog every time they were experiencing a crash. This was very tedious and also led to a very low volume of crashes in many occasions. Well, with Android Vitals, we only ask the user for consent once, which typically happens at phone activation. And then all the crashes and ANRs for users that have opted in are sent in background. So this led for certain apps to an increased volume of like 100x. Certainly for most apps is more than 10x the previous volume, and still with a good coverage. 98% of the Android devices running Google Play services are covered from all the Android versions starting from Jelly Bean on. So let's get started with the bad behavior we identified for stability. Stability is all about making your app not crash or not freeze, as George mentioned. So the bad behavior identified here are ANR rate and crash rate, which are defined as the percentage of users that experience a crash or an ANR on a given day. You may be familiar, if you use Crashlytics, with the equivalent metric of crash-free users. So I assume that most of you are already familiar with crashes, which are much more common also during development. So I'll dive more in detail about ANRs. ANRs are, like you can see in the screenshot, are events in which the application is not responding, typically for one of three reasons. Either you're doing a blocking operation in the UI thread, or you are receiving a broadcast, you are essentially taking a long time during a broadcast receiver, or there is a deadlock in your app somewhere. So what's peculiar about the ANRs, that since the app is frozen, there is no SDK out there that can tell you that your user experienced an ANR, right? On the contrary, we collect this information at the operating system level. So this information is only available on the Play console. So this is why it's particularly important to get your attention on this. So, okay. So there is an ANR rate section on the Android Vitals console in the Play, on the Android Vitals dashboard in the Play console. Here you can see a report of how many users experience an application not responding across app version, device, and OS versions for any given day. If the fraction of users is significantly high, you will also get red exclamation marks to draw your attention. If you click on related ANRs, you will be redirected to the ANR and crashes sections. Here you see more details about each ANR, in this case, experienced by the user. Let's say, which we call it each cluster of ANRs experienced by the user. The console also has this new feature of highlighting which ANRs or crashes were introduced in the latest version of the app. So you can understand whether your new release is causing some new problems that weren't there earlier, before. And you also get to see the number of affected users. So you can understand whether there is where a particular issue is affecting a lot of users or is affecting few users but multiple times. If you click on a particular crash or ANR cluster, you will see even more details about that specific crash, like the frequency over time, frequency breakdown across devices, app version and OS version, and also a time series to see how this crash is behaving, let's say, over time. And also, you also access the thread dumps of the threads that we believe are contributed to the crash of the ANRs. So this is probably the most detailed information that you can get that can lead you to reproduce the problem on your side. I want to touch a little bit on this because Android Studio 3.0 gives you new tools also to work better into debugging and fixing ANRs or crashes. There are plenty of new profiling capabilities, especially for what concerns CPU utilization, memory utilization, and also disk or network I/O operations. And this is a great step to debug ANRs. Okay? Their root cause, as I said earlier, often lies into some CPU-intensive operations that are taking a long time or some blocking operations that are freezing the entire app. So if you look at the CPU profiler, you can see a timeline of essentially how long each method, each annotated method is taking. And if these methods are happening on the UI thread, this is likely a cause of an ANR on the user's device. Similarly, the network activity profiler displays the network activity on a timeline. You can also understand which thread is waiting on that particular network activity to happen. So you can understand from here, for example, if a slow network call is closing, is blocking your thread for a response. So we discussed how review and debug the ANRs, but how to prevent them in the first place. So the textbook recommendation is not to do any blocking operations on the UI thread. If you have to do some long-running operation, you can use the async task class to schedule this operation into a different thread and then get results when they are ready. Okay? Another tool you can use is you can enable strict mode on the UI thread so that every time there is a blocking operation, it will be treated actually as an error. So you will discover this during development. Another common pattern is, as I said, a slow broadcast receiver. So when you call, for example, a go async, and then it takes a long time for you to call finish. So these are very simple examples, I understand. In your case, probably your code is much more convoluted than this and might be harder, let's say, to understand or adhere to this practice. But even in these scenarios, you have the same recommendation, of course. So you have to structure your code, or you should strive to structure your code in a way that is consistent and doesn't allow, or it's not designed to allow long-running processes to run on the UI thread in any condition. So keep an eye on when you have like multiple callbacks on which threads they are running, okay? This is particularly tricky when you're using also third-party libraries because you have also to take care of how the libraries are scheduling their operations. Finally, in case of a deadlock, you can usually spot them by looking carefully at the traces, okay? By looking at the traces, you can understand, for example, if some threads are mutually waiting on each other, which is the typical cause of a deadlock. It can happen also with multiple threads, and you have to detect, let's say, the cycle. So why do ANR matters? I want to touch on this before moving on to the next step. We did a study internally. They matter a lot because they affect also your user retention. We've seen that apps with a high crash rate, where we define high crash rate as more than 5%, have 30% more uninstallation on the first day than apps with a low crash rate. So we observe an immediate effect on user retention during the first day. And we have a nice testimonial also from one of the Twitter leads, tech leads, that was using this, accessing the ANR, the Android Vitals dashboard, shortly before launching. They actually were able to spot some ANRs and deadlocks they weren't even aware they existed. And they were able, with the tools that we provided them, with the data that we provided them, to reproduce them and fix them. And they've been there probably since a long time. Now let's talk about battery. Why does battery matter? Battery matters because it matters to the user, right? You are also a user of mobile phone, and I'm sure that you are frustrated, as I am, when you don't reach the end of the day. Well, apps do a big part in how the battery is used, right? And you have some tools, apps have some tools to keep the device active and prevent the device from going to sleep, which is actually the main cause for batteries draining like much faster than they should. We identified two bad behaviors here, which we call stuck wake locks and excessive wake-ups. We mentioned a bit earlier. I'm going to dive more in detail about those. Let's talk about wake locks. So wake locks are some APIs that prevent the device from going to sleep and saving battery, right? There are two types of wake locks, full wake locks and partial wake locks. Full wake locks are used typically in multimedia apps or games to keep the device awake and the screen active. But those are not particularly dangerous because the user is actively using the app, so the user is, let's say, in control of this particular behavior. Partial wake locks happens when you want to keep the device awake because you want to finish an operation, but then the user doesn't have any control on those. So if you keep a partial wake lock for a long time, actually for more than 60 minutes, that's our definition of stuck partial wake lock. Okay? And that's the bad behavior that we highlight to you. There is a dedicated section about stuck wake locks in the Android Vitals section with a histogram. So you can see in this case that there are many devices that report the wake locks being held for only a few minutes, but some devices on the long tail are actually being held for longer than 60 minutes. In the breakdown panel at the bottom of this page, you can also see more details about which wake lock is holding, or at least is causing troubles. Now, in order to avoid leaking privacy-sensitive information, we only report wake lock names here when we see them coming from many sessions. So we encourage you to use standard names when in your code, so you don't use dynamic names, for example, for wake locks, so that you will receive like reports because in case of troubles, because many users will report the same name. Okay. In this case, we see, for example, a cleanup operation, which is presumably an operation to be done before the application is shut down, just to perform some cleanup. Come on. Okay. Why are we highlighting stuck wake locks? We did an internal study to understand what was causing excessive power drain issues. And in 30% of the cases, we observed that this was caused because of stuck wake locks held by some apps on the device. So this is really one of the top, let's say, culprit of poor battery usage by any app, really. And you should prevent, or you should avoid as much as possible to cause this kind of troubles to the user. How can you avoid using wake locks? Well, in some cases you can. Wake locks were introduced in the early days of the Android platform, where it was the only way to have some long-running operations, right? But over time, the libraries has added some utilities to do this kind of common operation in a more, let's say, safe way or a robust way. For example, if you need to download a file, you can use the download manager. Not only it plays well with the device battery, but also it deals with the HTTP protocol nuances. It retries automatically. It even retries across reboots if you wanted to. If your use case is synchronizing the information between an application and some server-side database, for example, you can use the sync adapter. And similarly, the sync adapter does some optimization for the user. For example, syncing multiple apps at the same time, so the device only needs to be kept awake for a relatively short time. If you need to schedule some job periodically, you can use the Firebase Job Dispatcher. We will see an example later on in this presentation. This allows you also to set particular constraints so that you can avoid dispatching jobs, whether, for example, the user is not charging the device, or it's on a metered data network, which I know it's very relevant in your market. If your use case is that you want to wait until a job intent is completed, you can use the job intent service, which also plays nicely with the wake locks, and so you don't have to program them manually. If you cannot avoid using wake lock at all, still, please program defensively. Make sure, and this is like very, very basic, let's say computer science 101. Make sure that if you acquire a lock, you release the lock in every possible code path. Okay, I see some of you smiling here. You can see here that if that finally wasn't there, in certain cases, we could have held the lock like forever because the code path to release the lock would have never been called. One thing worth noticing, though, is that even if your code, or at least your code base, doesn't use wake locks directly, you might still use wake locks by means of another library, even some Android library. In this case, we see that this NLP wake lock stands for Network Location Provider, and it's holding the wake lock excessively, which probably means here that your app is requesting the location to the network location provider too frequently. So you should probably address this by reducing the frequency at which you request the location. So pay attention to this page, even if you believe you don't use wake locks, because some libraries that you use might use wake locks regardless. Let's talk about wake-ups, which is the second bad behavior that will drain your battery. Wake-ups are essentially alarms. So you can schedule wake-ups if you want to wake up the device under a certain condition. Now, if you do it excessively, essentially you will drain the user battery. So the bad behavior of excessive wake-ups is defined when you do more than 10 wake-ups per hour. The UI is very similar to wake locks. In principle, they are very similar. So you have a dedicated tab for excessive wake-ups, and you also have an histogram to see how frequently they are being fired on each device. And you can also see in the, similarly to the wake lock, actually, let me go back here. Similar to the wake lock, you can see the name of the wake-up, in this case, in the list. And similar to the wake lock, in order to avoid leaking personally identifiable information, you should use standard names so that you can get many reports in case you have troubles and you can see them on the console, okay? So be very mindful also when using wake-ups. One way to avoid wake-ups is to use, again, libraries that are designed to play more nicely with the device. And this is the example that I was mentioning earlier. For example, using the Firebase job dispatcher. Why is this nice? Because here you can decide many conditions. So it actually saves you a lot of time, and it allows you to personalize more the behavior that you want devices to use. In this case, you can see how I'm choosing to trigger a given service. This is, you can see the My Job Service class, every 30 minutes, repeatedly, but with certain constraints. You can see that I added the constraints of when the device is charging, because maybe this operation, after all, I don't need it to do it as frequently. I can wait to do until the user is charging the device. And also only on an unmetered network. This probably doesn't save battery per se, but you know better probably than many others how this can be important for the user, okay? That the user has control over this. And back to George to talk about render times.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, guys, as designer, this topic is very close to my heart. Rendering time and smooth and silky experience of your users in your app is, you can admit it's just great if everything works fine. But sometimes rendering times can drop, and this is the last bad behavior we're going to talk today. So render time reflects how long it takes for a frame to be displayed on a device screen. Also, render time impacts user perception of your app performance. Applications are rendered at 60 frames per second. This is based on the maximum display refresh rate on a hardware level. That breaks down to 60 milliseconds per frame. In order for your app to appear smooth and silky for your users, each frame needs to render in less than 16 milliseconds. But what happens if your app is not rendering within this time, or is rendering in a time larger than 60 milliseconds? Even if it's only 1 millisecond up, 70 milliseconds is going to be dropped. As long as a frame is dropped, your user will, and yourself, when you use apps, you will kind of experience a staggering, jerky experience of the app. So you should keep the percentage of the frames taking longer than 60 milliseconds very low. Second event that may occur is multiple frames are dropped. Then users begin to actually perceive your app as unresponsive. We have found a threshold of 700 milliseconds where the user thinks the application is unresponsive and they feel frustrated. You should aim to have zero frames taking 700 milliseconds to render. So we identified these three metrics as the slow rendering and frozen frames. So we will flag your app with bad behavior if a significant number of users either experience 50% of frames with a render time greater than 60 milliseconds, or they experience at least one frame that is rendered in time greater than 700 milliseconds. So in the Android Vitals dashboard, very similar for the battery and the stability, we have slow rendering and frozen frames tabs where you can actually analyze this bad behavior. So just like the wake log dashboard, you can see the distribution of rendering times, so you can see how render times vary across sessions. The Vitals dashboard also shows some metrics that you can use to diagnose slow render time. Those are those on the bottom in this scorecard. In the version 26 of the support library, by instrumenting this into your UI activity, then as a step 2, you can send the signals from the API to your servers so you can analyze to find which flows are taking longest to render. Once you find these flows, go back to your device, and with Android 3.0, you can track trace, repeating these flows and actually understanding in the trace what's happening, what operations are going on while these frames are rendering. So that's how you can find the problem and fix it. Today we covered a lot. There are many more aspects that affect our performance than the 3 performance areas that we mentioned. But in the following days and quarters, we are working hard on introducing more and more performance areas. So keep an eye on the Play console so you can make your apps even better. So finally, on top of the Play console tools, Firebase also introduced a new tool that you can exactly have a bunch of cool functionality. So not only you can have network connectivity performance, but you can also deep dive with your own events and have even better understanding of your app performance. So time to recap. We are coming to the end of our talk. So today, we talk about app performance and how much it matters if you want to achieve a stellar app rating in the store and maximize your user retention. We introduced the Android Vitals program and the notion of bad behaviors that are habits that, when present, have a significant and lasting impact on device performance and user experience. I'm going to read this. We focus on crash rate, NARs, slow rendering, frozen frames, stuck wake logs, and excessive wake-ups. This exemplifies the 3 main performance areas: stability, battery, and rendering. Then we introduce a set of tools in the Android Vitals dashboard in the Play console, the new performance tracking tools for Android 3.0, and a set of APIs like the frame tracker from the Android APIs. So guys, finally, I want to close this. I'm going on a limb that by building your app to be excellent and saving battery life and have a great user experience, you may actually save user lives. With 2 billion Android users, and I believe India is very strong in the Android usage, you can just help users to have battery when they need to make that emergency call. I'm not sure, is 911 in India or a different emergency call? Yeah, exactly. So if we all develop, apps that performs better, we can save users' lives. So you can catch us in the Play console consultation booth later. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jessica and Dario. Well, if you have any questions for both of them, they'll be at the Google Play console consultation zone as well. A gentle reminder, registrations for consultations are still open and you can sign up for a slot at the consultation zone counters. We'll now take a quick 30 minutes coffee break and we're going to be back in 30 minutes. Please also take some time to give us your feedback on the program till now, as well as please, the feedback forms is inside your notebook. If you've still not yet found one, please make sure you look up for one inside the notebook and please drop them at the registration counter. Well, we hope you had some opportunity to network with the Googlers and peers during the break. Well, taking things forward, our next two presentations are the concluding ones. First up, let's welcome Amrit Sanjeev again as he shares on how keeping your app small size or size small will help you to scale better opportunities in a market like India. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Amrit Sanjeev.
Thank you all. I am promising this is the last time you're seeing me on stage. Anyways, for the next half an hour, we're going to talk about some of the things that we need to do in order to keep the app size really small. It is very important that we do that. And some of these things you might be already doing, but I'm going to, as a sanity check, I'm going to cover most of the things that you should do. The thing you should actually notice about some of these decks are you can't really pick and choose. You really might have to do all of these things. They'll all add a little bit of space saving, and then all inches will add to the mile. So you really need to kind of think of, some of these things are already done, but if you're missing something, go and add that to your applications in the next release cycle. So quickly, these are things I'm going to cover: why we should focus on app size, how does it affect us, and some techniques. I'm not going to discuss something completely radical here. There might be things that you've already learned, but what I want you guys to understand is note down all of them so that you kind of figure out the one that you're missing and then apply back in your apps to get that space saving. So getting some basics out of the whole idea. App size, when you talk about app size, there are 4 numbers that we look at. Raw APK size, then something called download size, then there is an install size, and then there's an update size. There are 4 numbers here. Now, the reason why I want to kind of clarify some of these things is because when you kind of talk and communicate to others in your team, as well as to your management, or to other developers outside in the community, you want to kind of specify which one you're actually talking about and which one you want to focus on. There are teams which actually focus on install size a lot. There are teams which actually focus on downloads, the raw APK size a lot. So it depends on what use case you guys are actually working on. Some of these things might become a little more important than the other, and you need to understand all these things. Just to look through them. Raw APK size, the file that you actually get after you compile and make an APK, build an APK on your disk, that's raw APK size. The reason an APK, by the way, is just a nice zip file. There are certain files, if you look to the compression levels of each of the file under APK, there are certain files which are like completely uncompressed, like resources ARC. They're uncompressed files. So not everything in an APK is compressed, but the whole file together, that zip file, or the zip file basically, is the raw APK size. So if you actually build using, say, Android Studio and create an output file, the APK file, that is the raw APK size. So if you look at that. Now the download size is what Play sends out. Play compresses this thing again so that over the wire, the data that somebody actually needs to get this app is actually minimal. This sometimes is very close to the APK, and some of them are kind of less. So these 2 numbers are slightly different from each other. The install size is basically the size that your app will take when somebody installed on their device. This would have things like the .ota files, which is the ahead of time compilation files. If you see before N, L and M had that, and in N we have a JIT compiler now, so we don't have the OTA files as much as a problem. But if you look at the landscape or the ecosystem as such, you have devices on those platforms also. So the OTA files will actually add. The native libraries are uncompressed and kept. Again, they will add to some size increase. So that is the size that is there on the disk. Apart from the data that you actually have, download, like your caches, your database size, all these things will be there. That's the whole size that the app is actually consuming on the device. Now the update size. Now when you actually update an app on Play Store, that doesn't mean that the user will get the entire app again. So the way Play Store works is that it actually chunks out and sends a patch, which then gets, the patch which is much smaller. So if you have a 10 MB app and you updated a few things to it,
released a 10.1 MB app, it doesn't mean that the user downloads 10.1 MB. He downloads maybe a patch of 2 MB. And then that gets patched on the device, and then that 10 MB app becomes a 10.1 MB app. That's how Play actually updates the whole thing. So the update size is always, at most times, smaller than the entire app size. Now, every time you actually do an update, this is what the user sees. If the user goes to Play Console and then looks at how much he has to download, then they'll see the update size. If they actually have to install, they see the download size, not the APK size. You can look at tools like APK Analyzer to understand these numbers. Update size won't be there. Update size, you can use APK Estimator, Size Estimator. There's another tool. It's an open source tool. You can take a look at that. And that will allow you to kind of understand how much is the difference if you really want to control that. Now, APK size out of the way, let's look at what's there in an APK as such. These are some of the constituents of an APK, or rather, these are the app code, resources, and miscellaneous stuff. If you look at app code, that's a classes.dex which contains all of your code. Then you have your native libraries. These are like if you are using third-party libraries which are specific for particular instruction set or architectures, there will be multiple .so files that you have to add. That will be part of the app code again, but that's separately kept. Then you have resources. All of your PNGs, your drawables, all those sort of things are there in the resource folder. Then you have resources.arc. The strings file, the identifiers, all these things are here. This again is uncompressed. One interesting thing that I heard when I was actually listening to the I/O this year was that some developers do compress this to make the APK size smaller, but that's a bad practice because if we have to read, anything has to be read about that app, even the app name, this file has to be uncompressed, which means there's a lot more work that the app or the device or the launcher is doing every single time that app is there. So there are certain things which are counterintuitive. It might sound like, oh, there's an uncompressed file there, let's compress it, make the APK much smaller, but it's best to leave it as an uncompressed file because that makes it more efficient to be used. Now, when we look at things under the miscellaneous, you have assets. You have assets. You have things like database files that you might want to, like the raw files that you might want to use. A lot of people actually put their pre-processed SQL files in there and then load it from assets. Some people put their fonts in there. So there are files like that which is kept in. Metainf basically has the certificates and keys that you would use, and manifest is a standard manifest file. So this is basically gives us a fair sense of what's there in an APK and what are those sizes like. So that is the basics part that we wanted to kind of clear off before we start into it. Why should we focus on APK? When we actually look at a cost of an app, we look at that number, and when we see that as zero, we think, does that mean that the cost is zero? Is that the actual cost? No. The real cost is, you have to consider the cost of downloading the app. If you're on 4G, or if you are on a paid network, and you have an 100 MB app to download, that 100 MB of downloading is the cost of the app. The regular updates that you send out is actually cost that somebody is incurring to get your app to the latest one. Again, also the data, also about running the app. So when you calculate the cost of your app, don't just look at the sticker price of it that you put on Play. You also need to look at the cost in terms of, like if you want to estimate the real cost impact to the user, you want to estimate how much it is actually costing him from downloading and continuously using the app. And again, device storage is another pain point. 1/3 of users run out. This is 2017 stat. 1/3 of the users in NBU countries, next billion user countries, run out of space on a daily basis. And weekly, they remove the most heavy apps, the ones that actually use the most amount of disk space, straight off. So this is a real problem. This is not like a problem that was there in the past and we still have people talking about it. This is a real problem today also. A lot of people run out of space. And you might be thinking, oh, my app is just 15 MB. How is it going to just... But you are also contributing to that. You have to see that when you are not shown up as the app, when you see this old dialogue, this is an older version of Android. But when you see that thing and you click on it, the first thing it says is these are the apps that are taking most amount of space. But interestingly, in Android, when this dialog comes in, there's also a broadcast that you get. Apps can actually listen to that broadcast and then say, I will remove iCache. I will clear up all my image cache, unnecessary files that I've stored, which makes you a less likely candidate to be there in the top of that list. Less number of uninstalls because of that. So, housekeeping, please clear up your caches which you use just for the efficiency of your app when the device is running low on memory. And people do actually look at who's using most and then clear it. Maybe it is just that your app is small, but you have a lot of data. You don't use any LRU caches, or you don't use any time-based caches. It's like a permanent cache which just keeps growing. Finally, 2 months later, the user sees that, oh, he's downloaded 300 MB. And when you look at the data size, it'll be 300 MB, and he'll just decide to remove your app. So continuously clearing your caches, reacting to some things like these broadcasts are important. Now, ProGuard is something most of you guys might be using anyways. But I just want to call out because there are a few things in there which really needs fine-tuning. One, let me call out what ProGuard is. ProGuard is basically a Java optimizer. It basically changes the code without changing its, change the variables and how you can read readability of the code without changing the functionality of it. And it also optimizes to be more compact. Now, a couple of things it does very well. One is dead code elimination. If you ask a flag minified to be enabled, what it does is it identifies the areas of your code which you are not using. It could be functions, it could be classes, which you are not using, and then removes them out before building the final app. Which means when you add a third-party library and you use only a part of the functionality of the third-party library, the part of the library that you're not using is not added to your classes.dex because there's no path to reach to that, so there's no point doing that. So dead code elimination is something ProGuard does really, really well. It is enabled for release by default. So ProGuard will automatically runs. If you do it in debug, that's why your debug release and these releases, if you keep these flags off, you don't really need to do minified enabled for debug, basically because it slows down, because there's another process of finding the dead code and removing them and all that to happen. So you don't really use it for your debug releases, but you kind of use it for release and staging. The other interesting thing that it does is obfuscation of code, which basically makes the code kind of not readable. If you actually try to disassemble and see, decompile and see, you will see ABC. If you get a crash report for a ProGuarded app, you will get, without uploading the mapping files, you will see A as a class name, B as the function name, B1, B2, this sort of thing. So it shrinks all these large names into really small ones and makes it more unreadable. But it can also do something called resource shrinking. Resource shrinking basically, when you say shrink resources, it applies the same code elimination logic down to resources that are there in your device, on your folder. So things that are not being reached, not being used, it will automatically remove. Now, I would personally don't prefer ProGuard to be the place where things get removed. The right way, in my opinion, would be to go use lint and realize what is unused, and then remove all those unused resources. If you right-click on your REST folder right now in Android Studio, you have an option to say, remove unused resources. And then before it refactors, it will tell you, this is the files that I'm going to remove. You can actually turn on lint in, and this is one thing that some of the teams that I work with have done before is, if for certain lint rules like unused files, lint actually finds those unused files. It's a warning right now. If you're skipping it, that's because it's a warning. You turn that to a fatal error, which initially will become, like if you have not done it before and you have a lot of unused files, and it becomes a big surprise that, oh, the app will not compile unless I remove, like, say, 20 resources out of it. But it's important that you remove it, and nobody intentionally adds resources that they don't use. Over a period of time, you add, you remove, there are certain functionality which was deprecated in code, but you forgot to remove the assets for it. These things happen all around. So this is something that you want to kind of ensure that lint is something that you use to do this. Thereby. Couple of things to think when you do lint. Lint does not go through assets file. So if you have bundled 5 fonts that you don't use anymore, lint is not going to tell you about that. Then it also, it's up to you to keep your assets file clean. So if you have multiple versions of your DB file, you forgot to remove it, Lint is not going to save you at that point. So be careful about these small things. But having lint rule turned to fatal for a few of these sanity checks will help you keep the code clean over a period of time. Now, if you look at an APK, which basically bundles a native SDK, a native library, this is how it would look. You have your text file, strings, that's the first blue, that's needed. Then you have the architecture-specific native library code, yes. But if you look at most third-party libraries, what you would see is that they will provide for x86, ARM, MIPS, ARM versions 7, all these different architectures, they actually provide you libraries for it. But on a particular device, on a particular architecture, you're only going to use that architecture's SO file. So a universal APK sometimes doesn't make a lot of sense if you really want to crunch your app down. And again, when you look at drawables, you have XHDPI, all those different densities. Now, in any device, there's only one density that you're going to use, which is the default density of that device, screen. So you're not going to change that. So at the end of it, when you look at an APK, it looks like this. All those green points can be eliminated, saved space, if you delete all of it, or remove all of it somehow, and the app will be much smaller, and the functionality will remain same. No crashes, nothing will happen, because only the blue areas are used by your application on that device. This is the case of a universal APK. Now, there is something called as multi-dex, which multi-APK, not multi-dex, multi-APK, sorry, where you build different APKs for different densities, or you remove certain densities that are, and you say that the certain densities are not used, which means that you can actually create APKs in such a way that if an MDPI device is asking for the thing, you only serve the MDPI APK. So you will have one for MDPI, you will have one for HDPI, XHDPI, and so forth. When a device which is basically with that density comes and asks for that asks for an APK, you serve the right one to them. That way, you remove all the other assets that you add unnecessarily to that. Very similarly, you also have a way to remove unsupported architecture. There are certain architectures like MIPS. In my opinion, there are not many devices that support it. So adding, and if you look at your analytics and kind of track what are architectures or your users are actually using, you will be able to find out the most common ones and then write an ABI filter like this, which will allow you to exclude anything which is not, the library might include all of them, including MIPS, and you can say that this is what I needed to add into my APK. This will still add that way. You can even split based on architecture, and that there will be multiple APKs that will generate it. So there's a downside to multi-APK approach is that your testing effort as well as your maintenance effort increases with that. There is benefits. There's definite benefits to doing it, but you also have to understand the downsides that you're testing, because you're creating 5 APKs means you have to test all the 5 to ensure everything is working fine before you upload. To ensure every one of those versions are right, all these maintenance part of it, 5 of them have to be signed, all before you upload. All these things have to be done. So that is something that that is a downside to it. The new play signing that you've seen, where you upload the unsigned APK signed by a upload as signing key, that will allow a lot more optimization to be done before sharing it to the external when a user asks for it. So play will actually create and sign and send out your app, and that way it will actually be able to manage the splitting and all that automatically. Now come images. Image is something that we all use. Couple of standard things which most of you might have already know, but let me call them out. Using the right format of the images. Instead of using ARGB 888, try to use 565, which is half the RAM usage and half the disk space usage. So if you're loading a 2 MB file, the same thing in 888 means with ARGB is like it basically stores it with 2 MB, and if you're loading the same thing in 565, it'll load in 1 MB. 1 MB in terms of 1 MB of memory is all it requires for it, because the format is more And visually, there's not much of a difference in there. The loss of information is so little that visually you can't find the difference. Most of the apps that you see and use on your devices use 565. Glide by default uses 565. In Picasso, I think you have to set it to 565 to use that way. Anyway, optimizing your PNGs is one way. There's a lot of PNGs that you have in your assets folder or drawable folder. If you're using them, then crunching your PNGs is an easy, low-hanging fruit. If you've not done it, try doing it. You will get a lot of space reduction. There are tools which actually compress PNG and keep it, and create files which are like really small compared to the original file. And there's not much of, there is not any visual difference in the quality of it. So try to use that, compress them. The other one is using 9-pass images wherever possible. There are a lot of times where people have like full splash screens, where the splash screen is one icon in the center and a full border around it, which is one color. Things like that does take space. And if you look at it, most probably the splash page is actually the most expensive resource that is there on that app. Most expensive in terms of most space consuming in RAM. By using a 9-pass, you can actually reduce that size again. The WebP, wherever possible. WebP is another format which is actually 33%, roughly, something between 20 and 35% less, more of a compressed one. So if you have a 1 MB PNG, a WebP version of it would be somewhere between 750 and 900, 90K, 75 and 90K. Sorry, 750, you get the point. It's less than by 30% roughly. So that is something that you want to use serving from your serving infrastructure. The reason is, this is not just on the device that you will actually save. Assume you have 1 million users, or assume your infrastructure on a day per user serves 10 MB of data as images. Okay? Now, assume you have 10 million users a day. You are a very successful app, so you have that much users. But then you multiply 10 million, that's 100 million MB of data served from your server for that bandwidth you pay for it. Your business pays for it. Would you like to make that somewhere between 75 and 85 MB? Or 100 million MB, then you have like 85 million MB. So the saving actually becomes really multiplied as you see it from your server side. From a device side, it's just one image which is less, but still, from a server side, it saves a lot of time, cost. But WebP has one thing. If you're serving, it is actually supported for 4.1 onwards with transparency. So if you are actually supporting devices, if you're supporting versions much below that, then you need to kind of take a call whether you want to use it or not. And yeah, move on to the next one. Vector drawable is another one that you can actually use to kind of have a single asset for multiple densities. So things like icons in your screen, you should actually use an SVG, and you should have, there's backward compatibility from till 14, and gradient support is from 24 plus. So there is certain vector drawables won't solve all type of your images, but a majority of icons, those sort of stuff can be actually changed into this, and instead of having 5 densities, you can just put 1 density that scales across. It's scalable vector graphic, that's SVG. SVG. So it can scale automatically to different densities. So this, again, one thing to again remember when you do this is SVGs, when they are very large, they consume CPU and memory because they have to be expanded or rendered. So very large SVGs are not really recommended because they take larger amount of time and CPU to render. So you want to kind of ensure that the smaller ones are SVG. If you have really large ones, you have to test them and measure them, how it is performing on a low-end device, and see whether that's just not too much time taken. Fast translation. This is very interesting thing. If you look at support library, for example, how many of you guys add support library to your application? How many of you have used this option? Not many. So I'll tell you one easy trick. And how many of, I I assume majority of you guys support not more than 5 languages in your app. Now, the support library is translated to 82 languages, localized. In all your apps, those 82 languages, all the strings are there for the things that you're using. You might use a android.ok, android.r.ok, or from the support library, something like that, a resource. All the 82 versions are added into your app now. By adding this one line, rest config, with the languages that you support, what you basically do is tell the system that, hey, my app supports these languages. Anything outside of these languages, I'm not really interested in keeping in my app, which means in this case, only 2 languages will be actually added, English and French, and everything else will be removed. In an app that I had, I tried this the first time when I came past this idea. It was an app of 9 MB. Most of the things I talked about has been done. Just by adding this one line, I saved 600 KB in my app. Straight off. Yeah, roughly 600 KB. Such a low-hanging fruit, one line of code. Has no impact on any of your code base. So this is something that you might want to go ahead and do tonight if you're not done this. Because this will not only happen in the support library, this past translations will actually happen in every library that you add which have localization. You add a third-party library which has localization, you will again face the same thing. So by providing this in your default config, you will specify to the build system that, hey, I only need translations for these 2 languages, rest of them I resource config, I can forget about it. So this is something definitely that you should try and do today, if not done already. Downloadable fonts, I did talk about it earlier today, but this is again an area where you can save a lot of time. Like I said, assets, most people have created custom experiences with fonts. Like the look and feel of the app changes when your font changes, right? So a lot of people have their custom fonts that they use in order to create a very differentiated look and feel. But at the same time, these font files have to be added into your assets, and then you use it. Every user downloads all of this. A lot of times earlier, I've seen when the Roboto was just launched, a lot of people added Roboto to their application. Even though that's the default on the device, they added Roboto, and everywhere they've used it. That's somewhere about, if you add like 5 or 6 fonts, that's going to take like about an MB or 2, depending on the font file, give or take, MB or 2. If you're using downloadable file, you're not adding any of that information. You're telling your program to say, go talk to the font provider, get me this font because I need to use it at this place. These are the places I'll need to use. So your app will actually go contact the font provider. Font provider will go connect to the font contract and get the file, use it. Sorry, the font provider will go connect to the font cache or to the original provider, external provider, get the font, put it in the cache, and the next time another app asks it, your user is not downloading it again. Assume this is a device that does not have Roboto in there. You've asked for Roboto, one app asked for Roboto, and it downloaded. Next time your app came down, the user is actually running your app requests for Roboto, it doesn't go to the font provider and download it again. It just goes to the cache, gets it immediately. Your APK size is saved, user's download cost is reduced, the memory footprint on the device is reduced. This is a total win-win situation. This is in support library today, version 26. You should use it. If you are updated to 26, you should go ahead and update your code to use this. Really, really useful thing. And it has the entire Google font catalog to start with, which has 800 fonts, around 800 fonts right now. Now, this is the last slide that I have, but this is again the AAPT2 tool. This basically has something called version collapsing. There are multiple versions, like when you have V7, V4, V13, things like that. There are versions in which the behavior changes, and or there are certain resources which are declared differently. And what happens is certain resources are no longer used, but because you're supporting a range of versions, this would be there in your files. The version collapsing will actually bring that all to one, remove all the unnecessary things. So this is something you don't need to do under the hood happens. And there's a smarter cruncher, there's a resource deduplication algorithm running on it. So this is something, again, really useful when you want to kind of reduce app size. Yeah, with that, I hope some of these things you guys are already doing. And you've learned a few things like the REST config, which you can actually go back and apply today. But this is always a constant battle. Reduction of app size is always a constant battle. And you always have to assess what you're giving in to do that, because this is a trade-off. You might have computation happening, increasing because you're doing these sort of really low-level optimizations. So you really always measure against what is actually the good practice, what is the trade-off that you're doing. So be aware of both of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Amrit. Thank you so much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are left with one final session for the day. In our next session, we'll dive into some Firebase growth-oriented products and features and explain how you can take advantage of them to grow your user base as well. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Parul Soy, Program Manager, Developer Relations Team.
So guys, I hope you've had a great day today. So you must have noticed, so far we focused on some very important topics that will help you build great apps and design amazing experiences. This final session is kind of meant to round things up by focusing on growth. Ultimately, every product manager's goal is to make data-driven decisions. So in this session, I'll be talking to you about Pirate Metrics and how it provides a framework to help you launch your app, build an audience, and sustain it in the long run. So before I get into Pirate Metrics, let's go through a very typical user lifecycle. Users are acquired in many different ways. Through social media recommendations, organic, ads, they all play a role. But once you acquire a user, you've only really gotten them to your landing page. This could be the Play Store page, or it could be the homepage of your website. What you really want to do is to make sure that your user experiences the USP of your product. In other words, you want to activate them. For a social media product, it could be to follow interest or friends. For a game, it could be to simply complete one level. You want to ensure that the user experiences your product. But even if you've activated your users, it's almost an uphill battle to retain them and to ensure that the user comes back to your application. The goal for any healthy product is to make sure that you find a strategy that will help users come back and becomes a habit for the users. You also want your users to be your biggest advocates. No acquisition strategy works as well as a simple word-of-mouth campaign. When you get a recommendation from a friend or a family, you're much more likely to try a product through just a web search or an advertisement. And this is a process of referral. And ultimately, you all want to monetize your users. No product speaks success as the one that earns a lot of money. Each of your users is worth a different amount of money, and your goal is to identify who's worth more than the other, and then tailor these products so that you can serve this audience better. So let's summarize this user lifecycle. We have the following 5 stages: acquisition, activation, retention, referral, and revenue. Now take the first letter of each of them, and you get R. And that's the reason why it's called Pirate Metrics. So I would be taking you through each of these strategies, and seldom I would use an example of a translation app. So it's called Really Friendly Chat. The USP of this app is that you can chat and have a conversation with the person on the other side, even if they don't speak the same language. So let's see how we use it, how we improve Pirate Metrics for Really Friendly Chat. The first pillar is acquisition. And here, you want to think about how to acquire the right kind of users. So we decided to come up with 3 strategies. Marketing campaigns. We bought ad space in web search and devised strategies to optimize our spends here. We also built a great website that people can use to discover our app and learn more about it. We also decided to work through partners so that we can amplify the network effect. First is advertising campaign. So for example, if a user searches in Google traveling to Japan, they'll probably see an advertisement that will click. It will take them to the homepage of the website. And because they've come to this website through an advertisement about Japan, it could be a customized experience telling them how their trip can be made better by installing this application. If they have the app installed, it will immediately launch it. If it does not, then it will take them to the Play Store page of the website from where they can install the application. This uses dynamic links, which makes them so special. In fact, that they maintain context throughout the installation process. So in our case, because someone came in through the advertisement about Japan, they had the customized experience, and even if they did not have the app, it took them to the Play Store page from where they installed and ended up directly chatting with someone in Japan. You can also tie your Firebase Analytics account with your AdWords account to make your acquisition strategy smarter. If for really friendly chat, I'm trying to acquire users from Spain or people who speak Spanish, I can import the event from my Firebase account of people who've chatted in Spanish, and then track my campaign conversions against it to get a sense of whether I'm acquiring the right users or not. You can also create custom audience and show ads to them. This is a great way to retarget users, such as those who've probably not used your application in a while. Maybe they've just forgotten about it or haven't experienced all the new things that you've done in your product. So if, for example, in Really Friendly Chat, we started supporting a new language, we can target the audience of people who tried to chat in that language before but did not have the best experience. So now you've done all this work acquiring the users that they will find through partners, through ads, through searches. But you need to make sure that they install the app and experience it, and this is a process of activation. Most applications that we build have a user-based experience. So a person needs to sign into the app, sign up, log in, and then they experience the product. You want to make this as easy as possible, and for that, we have Firebase authentication. One of the things we've noticed that a lot of users really drop out if your app has a hostile sign-in experience. If I'm experiencing a product for the first time, I might not be comfortable sharing my name, my email address, my phone, all the details. Firebase authentication has been created keeping all this in mind. It allows federated identity from different providers like Facebook, Google, Phoneauth, GitHub. Also, we have anonymous sign-in, so you can go through the security rules in your app without even providing an email address. Another part of activation is that you delight users the moment they get into your application. This could be done by doing various things, for instance, customizing the onboarding experience. One of our star apps, Cookbook, they used remote configuration to optimize the onboarding experience and saw a 207% increase in their user base. Similarly, for our app, if I have users who are coming in from US, they could have a very different experience considering with some cultural imagery in the background. Similarly, if they're coming from India, it could have a different experience. This helps the user connect really well with your product. So now we've acquired users, and we've delighted them with their early experiences. But it's still not enough to keep them. With the amount of competition that is usually there between apps and sites, your app can really get lost in the mix. And so you really need a very strong retention strategy. Firebase Cloud Messaging helps you do that. But notifications are great when used properly, but can become a nuisance when misused. So that's why when notifications are driven off by analytics, you can do things like choosing the right audience, choosing the right time to send the notification. So you might want to send notification to people who, for instance, made purchases in the past, but haven't for some time. So you can define it as an audience in your console, and then send just a discount code to all these people who had made purchases in the past, because this will get them back into your application, and it serves as a retarget. With these issues, you can really avoid the terrible issue of notification spam. In one of our earlier FCM integrations, Myntra used notifications of FCM to retarget users, and they saw 200% conversion rate increase and 300% open rate increase. So a common problem for apps, particularly in the early days, is that it's not formed as a habit for a user. So even though your app could perform the solution for the problem that the user is looking for, but it's not become a habit, so they still default to Google search. You can use app indexing to help bring back this audience back into your app. This works in two ways. The first is integrating with Google search itself. If you have a lot of content on the web, you can use app indexing so your users will see your app in search results itself. So one of the really popular TV show and movie streaming services that I use, so the other day I wanted to search for this new show that I was really looking forward to watch. I just searched for it in Google, and then this app showed right on top of the results because I had it installed. And when I clicked on it, I could go straight away into the app and play that show. The second strategy is one where you can index content from your app itself. One of the food ordering apps does it really amazingly well. They index the restaurants I order frequently from, so that when I go to Google search and perform the search for it, the app automatically gives me the option to get into it and place an order. So as you all know, friends help friends discover great apps. Like I mentioned earlier, there's nothing that works as well as a really great word of mouth strategy. For instance, if I saw a recipe app and I want to share it with my friend, you want to ensure that there's as low as friction as possible that will help users make it very easy to share applications around. So we have Firebase Invites for this. Firebase Invites is built on top of dynamic links. It does not give you an option of which apps to use to share your application, but instead shows you a list of contacts that you can share the application with. There is a lot of work that is actually being done by Google here using machine learning and AI that provides you the most relevant contacts right on the top of the list on the basis of your past experiences. For example, what are the apps that I have shared in the past with my friend, and the likelihood of that friend installing those apps. Also, what are the apps that that other person has on their phone? And that's why it gets you the most relevant contact right on top. So when it comes to testing our app and handling issues, there are two real strategies. One is getting to know the issues beforehand, and the other after you've shipped your application. And I like to put it under the referral, because bad testing on your app could lead to bad reviews, which are in a way referrals from stranger. So you might have noticed a lot of times that you go to the Play Store and you read a one-star review, and you decide not to install the app, which in a way is a bad referral from a stranger. Similarly, when you read the 5-star review and you realize that it's offering a lot of good services, you install the app, which is in a way a good referral from a stranger. So Cloud Test Lab is something that you can use to ensure that you're performing the right test and your application is performing well. It's a collection of virtual devices of all common types, particularly the obscure ones, which you cannot get your hands easily on. If you build your application as an APK and update it to this data center, you will be able to get crash report and stack traces. You can also design custom tests depending on your application and use cases, or you can use your robot test. Also, very important is to be able to handle crashes after you've shipped the application. And as you all know, we recently acquired Crashlytics, which does not just give you insights into the crashes, but also gives you data, sometimes exactly to the line of code that led to the crash on your application. Another thing is that after you ship an application, you will need to use performance monitoring tool to ensure that your app is behaving in the correct manner. It should not be eating a lot of bandwidth, data, or network issues. When you integrate the performance monitoring SDK into your iOS or Android app, it will automatically provide insights into two most important aspects of app performance. One is startup time, and second is network request. And you can also customize these. Also, this can be actually combined with Crashlytics, so that if your app is leading to some crashes, you can ensure that your future versions of the SDK are well optimized. And finally, making money. Firebase makes it a lot easier for you to track all your revenue in one place along with the rest of your data. AdMob is now included in your Firebase SDK, which makes adding banner ads, video ad, interstitials really simple. Since you'll be taking a lot of time off from your users' eyeballs and showing them an ad, the least you can do is make sure that it's relevant to them and it has some contextual relevance. So for example, if you're using an app if I'm using an app for score updates, it's very important that the advertisements I see are related to the sports that for which I've subscribed to the updates. Another powerful element is in-app purchases. No line of code is required at all. So if your app has a lot of in-app purchases, it gets automatically tracked in the Firebase console. So if I have an app which has sticker packs, it'll automatically be tracked in the Firebase console, giving me all that data in one place. So we've designed Firebase to give you a suite of technologies for sustained growth. The idea behind designing Firebase growth technologies is we saw a lot of popular frameworks that growth hackers use, that product managers use, to come up with strategies to help increase the user base of their products. Firebase has been built keeping all these things in mind, and Pirate Metrics is just one of these frameworks that will help you grow your user base of a product and get onto the right and optimized strategy. So you can go through the 5 phases of launching your app and growing it for acquisition through the acquisition technologies, for activation through the activation technologies, and so on and so forth. And all of these are bound by analytics, which is ever evolving and improving. So this will give you a really great strategy for your sustained growth of the product. And with that, I've wrapped up my session in like 18 minutes. And thank you so much for taking out the time for coming there. I know it is a long queue. Thank you, guys. Hope you've had a really great day. We'll soon have Purnima to give the closing arguments. But do come out and meet me outside at the lounge if you have any questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Parul Soy, for that wonderful story. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome on stage Purnima. Can you have a big hand, Purnima, for the closing remark, everybody?
All right. So you guys all lasted an entire day, so give yourself a big hand. Has this been good? Oh, come on. Has this been good? Are we ready to make for India? All right, what is the URL for the form? Quiz. All right, okay. I think most of you got it for the most part. All right, so quick closing, right? I think Mark said it best when he said, from Moonfrog, when he said, the time is now, believe in India and be patient. What we want to say from Google Play is that we are super bullish about India right now, and we are here to walk with you step by step to make the India opportunity real. Rajan said it best when he said, it is a time to build for billions and make billions, and we believe it, right? More smartphones than in the United States, 1 billion installs, 150% growth, 3 times increase in spend. There is no better metrics to tell you the time is here and now. The second I do want to point out is that I'm super inspired by all the developer stories that we saw on screen, on video, in panel, but also the many conversations I've had with all of you. Believe me, you get it. And so we are here to support you, make all those ideas, big or small, a reality. My morning started with a 12-year-old from Kerala who taught himself coding, and in the 6 months has more than 10 apps on Google Play. And he taught himself coding looking at YouTube videos, and he's coding using Unity. This is a fact. I don't know, Chandan, if you're in the room. And since then, I have met a whole bunch of people, students trying to tell us how to build better communities, people who are really thinking this is the India that we are all excited about. So it's your turn to really step it up. So a few lessons that resonated with me. Number one, I think it was very good with what we heard from Make My Trip, where he said, get out of your AC offices, go out there, meet the real user, observe and learn. It's a lesson I think we can all do. I learned a lot by just being here with you today, just being outside. So thank you for your honesty. Thank you for everything you have shared with us. We will continue to improve the products and the services we provide. The second, which was also interesting, which came from Puneet Gupta, who talked from Times Digital, who said, don't forget the basics. There is no option. There are no shortcuts. And he said something very interesting. Solve for the setting. Don't let the user do the setting. Do the work for your user. Do the basics. I think that's another really important lesson to take when you go from here. Really think about what can I do to simplify it for the user. He told us a story that it isn't about whether the app was in Tamil or not. It was because the person did not understand what is a filter. And believe me, it's a good example for us in general when we're building an app to say, am I really having an honest conversation with my user? Am I talking jargon? Or am I having an honest, open conversation with my user? The way to know it is that you don't need to explain it to anybody who's never used a smartphone. That should be the guideline. Yeah? So that was another interesting thing that stuck with me to say, how are we building? How are we simplifying? How are we making this in such a way that can be useful? Right? The third thing, which also resonated with me, is what we heard in the video from the folks like Make My Trip and Healthify Me, etc. These are real problems to be solved. And the scale of these problems are mind-blowing. Are totally mind-blowing. I met Tushar yesterday, and he was showing me an India map with a dot for every person who's using Healthify Me. It literally is covering India, the dots. It means there's a pent-up demand waiting for you to solve real problems. This is somebody who's basically making Indians work out and eat healthy. And you heard from Make My Trip, you can go everything all the way from very expensive European vacations all the way down to a budget hotel near a bus stop. That is India for you. The demand is there. People are waiting. They have gone over two very big hurdles, the hurdles of using data on a phone and the hurdle of using digital payment. The first one is done. The second one is getting done. So the demand is here and now. I'm waiting to be here next year to see all the wonderful apps and games that you have built for India. And so congratulations. Thank you for everything you do. As I said, what we build are just canvases, empty canvases without you. Before we close, I do want to make a big shout out to a couple things. One, how many people went in for consultations around in all those rooms? I see a couple of hands. Every one of those consultations were handled and hosted by GDEs. These are Google developer experts. These are people like you contributing to the community because they just want the community to get better. There is no better example of the Android platform and its user base than GDEs who are contributing. So a very, very, very big hand for all the GDEs. There's a bunch of folks, I won't be able to call everyone's names, who made today possible. Everybody who's standing behind here, there's a whole lot of people who are doing magic there, a bunch of speakers. I see Anuj, I see Parol, I don't know, I can see a bunch of people. The folks over there who are so for everybody who organized, please give everybody a big hand for making this possible. And last but not the least, give yourself a very big hand. I know it takes a lot to take a whole day out of your schedules to fly from different places to be here. to put up with long lines and everything else and stay the entire day. So thank you for being with us. Make for India. Thank you.
Thank you, Purnima. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, that marks the end of App Excellence Summit India. Please remember to fill up the feedback form inside your notebook and please drop it at the registration counter. You can pass your feedback forms at the welcome counter before you leave as well. Well, we hope you had an amazing and awesome and an insightful day. Here we go with Google team. It's time where we say thank you so much for joining us, and we wish you and every single person out here a pleasant evening. Thank you.